Halo, halo. Excellent. Morning.
Morning, honorable members.
Morning, DJ. How are you?
I'm good. Yourself?
No, I'm trying.
Morning, Chair.
Morning, how are you? Morning.
Morning, Chair.
Morning. How's it?
No, very good, Chair. And good morning to all the members.
Good morning, Chairperson.
Morning, Mr. Matons. Can you hear me? I think you have a
Morning,
problem.
Chair. I can hear you. I don't know about him, but I can hear you.
Yeah, I think there's a problem on his side.
Oh, okay. I can hear you now.
Okay, thank you.
Can you hear me?
Yeah, no problem.
All right.
All right, sure. Morning, Mr. Matonzi.
Morning, Chairperson. Yeah, I was just admitting some few people, Chairperson, but I think we can start now.
Okay, we can start now.
Yes.
Okay, how many members are in attendance?
I've got
Recording
8 so
in
far.
progress.
Pardon?
I've got 8. 8.
Okay. No, thanks very much, Mr. Matonzi, and welcome, honorable members, the Minister, Deputy Minister, Director General, Commissioner Miepza, and all commissioners, the Chief Executive Officer, and all the executive. I will request also to ground the video for purpose of a proper network. And welcome for this important meeting for the IC to brief the committee and also the minister to brief the committee on the areas we have requested a brief on that. We note the release of the white paper on the citizenship, immigration, and refugee protection, and hope that the interaction with the public before it comes to Parliament, they must able to interface with the white paper and contribute to the discourse, since the minister has already pronounced on the content of the white paper and call for the public, or call on the public to make comments. We also thank and appreciate the Deputy Minister Njabulo Nzunza for having considered our call raised by the community of Matatiele and the department to visit that area and engage with the community and stakeholders, but also visit the old office and the current office that is under construction. We want to appreciate that you have taken into consideration our request to interface with the community of Matatiele, and hope the minister and the deputy minister will do so as members of the community invite or have challenges in the infrastructure and also the services in all the offices throughout the country, and conduct site visits. That will be important work to interact and to ease our oversight as the portfolio committee. Members will then note the issue that was raised in a previous committee meeting by Honorable Modise Mpja on the matter related to the outstanding appointment of the electoral panel that must look on the, or oversee the process of engagement on the system that you may need to consider. As you know, that you have adopted as Parliament to consider to establish the committee or the task team or the panel that must look on the system that the country may need to consider moving forward. We have since written correspondence to the minister for his attention to come and brief the committee on the process, since we've all noted that the period for appointment has since passed, and we think that the minister will consider our request so that we're able to engage on that process, but also get an understanding for the delay from this part of the minister to appoint, and the consultation that has to be engaged on with the IEC and ourselves. Having said that, I will then invite Mr. Matonzi on item number 2 to, if there are any apologies, I will also invite Minister if there's any apologies, also introduce the team, and also invite the Commissioner Miepza to introduce the team of, if there's any apologies to note, so that we're able to move to item number 3 and number 5. Mr. Matonzi?
Morning, Chairperson, and morning, members. From my side, there are no apologies, Chairperson, both from the ministry and also from the IEC and also from the members. Thanks, Chairperson.
Any member of the honorable members, if there's any apology to note? Okay, thank you, Minister. Okay.
Good morning, Chair. Chair, I sent an apology to Bra Eddie's message box. I don't know if he has not received it. I will request to be excused at around 10:30 for consultation. When I'm done, I'll come back in.
Okay, noted. Honorable Khwase. Any other apology, honorable members? No apology. Minister, will invite you.
No. Sorry,
Okay.
sorry. I was muted. Chairperson, I'm going to be with the committee, but I've got a series of interviews starting this afternoon. I studied midday about this white paper. Lots of media houses wants interviews on it, and I think the first one is maybe 12:15. If we haven't finished at that time, I wonder whether I could be allowed just to step aside to take that interview. The others will come thereafter.
Noted. Minister, can you also introduce the team and allow also invite the chairperson of the IEC to also introduce his team?
No. Let me give over to the DG to introduce the team. DG, please.
Morning, Minister. Good morning, Chairperson and honorable members, the Chairperson of the IEC, Commissioners of the IEC that are in attendance, Deputy CEOs of the IEC, DDGs. From our side, Chairperson, we joined by DDG for operations, Mr. Tulani Mavuso, who's also the acting CIO, and then Mr. Gordon Hollamby is the CFO, and then Mr. Thomas Segama, responsible for civics, and then Mr. Mudiri Matthews is acting DDG, immigration services. And then from the ministry, we joined by Madieta Makua, and then there's Muzi Njoko as well. And then to the team that's supporting us from with regards to Parliament liaison, Riaz Musa and Muzi Njoko. And then the Sia Koza, who's the Chief Director, Communication. I hope I've not left anyone. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, DG. I hope the DM is in attendance.
Yes, I am here, Chair.
Oh, yeah. Do not note your attendance, DM. Thank you, Commissioner Miata.
Good morning, Chairperson. Good morning to honorable members, Minister, Deputy Minister, our colleagues at the Commission, my commissioners, and members of staff, DG at Home Affairs, and everyone that is online. We are joined this morning, Chairperson, by our brand new Commissioner, Commissioner Love. She is with us. And she will be sitting through the session. We also have Deputy Chief Electoral Officers present here this morning, led by Deputy Chief Electoral Officer Maseko Shiburi, Mr. Mosri Mawetu, that is, Mr. George Mahlangu, and Senior Manager, Advocate Rath. They are online, Chairperson. I must indicate, Chair, as I spoke to you last week, that I will sit through this. There is an engagement I need to attend to at 10, but I will leave shortly after 10, if you permit. Commissioner Love and Deputy Chief Electoral Officer Maseko Shiburi will deal with the matters. I beg your indulgence, Chairperson. Thank you very much.
Thanks, Commissioner Miata, and congratulations again, Commissioner Love. Commissioner Miata, you now introduce the item number 3.
Thank you so much, Chairperson. As we all know, we are heading for our first registration weekend in this coming elections, in the 2024 national and provincial elections. There is much work that has been done. There is much work that we still need to do. We are going to share with the members of this committee the work that we have done and what we are anticipating for this weekend. And without wasting any time, I'm going to invite Deputy Chief Electoral Officer Masego Shiburi to deal with the presentation on our behalf. Thank you very much, Chairperson. Masego, please take the floor.
Thank you. Can proceed.
I don't know what's going on. Masego, you are muted.
Deputy CEO.
Okay, I'm unmuted. Thank you.
Yeah.
Yeah, thank you.
Good morning, members of the Portfolio Committee, Minister, Deputy Minister, members of the Commission, honorable members. I will shortly take you through the presentation that will demonstrate the readiness of the Electoral Commission ahead of the registration weekend on the 18th and the 19th. We all know that a registration weekend is an equalizer of opportunity, in that every one of us can, with a little bit of effort, access a voting station very close to where we all reside. In order to demonstrate the level of readiness, the presentation traverses 5 areas. The first one, we wish to share the work that we've done on the systems to enhance the systems and how those systems are ready for the registration weekend. The second one will speak to the test that we undertook on all our systems, including our staff. The third area of focus will speak about registration readiness from a staffing and training perspective. The fourth area will be registration readiness from the perspective of voting stations, infrastructure, and logistics. And the last one that we'll deal with relates to how we rekindle the interest of South Africans in remaining involved with the democracy as a way of arranging their public affairs. The first slide, over and above the work that we did after the first registration weekend in 2021, we have done a number of things to optimize our systems. The first one is that we have upgraded all our voter management devices to Android 11, which is the recent operating system. With that, we are also able to enhance our applications that we have developed in-house to optimize them in order to operate on Android 11. The net effect will be seamless and easy use of those applications. For example, the scanning of IDs should take a quicker time because we have optimized the scanning device to read off Android, whereas in 2021, we had an agnostic app that could operate an Android in any other operating system, because at that point, we are not sure what operating system will be on our devices. The second area, and I wish to spend a minute on this one, is that we have optimized our offline mode. Offline mode means, or let me explain it this way. We have 3 parameters that must be met in order for our devices to default to offline mode. The first is where there is connectivity to the network, but the bandwidth is not strong. The second is where we have connection to a network, but the speed of processing is slow. The third one is if for whatever reason, any of our machines cannot send or read from the database, in any of those 3 parameters are met, individually or collectively, the device will default to an offline mode. In offline mode, what it means is that we can't process transactions in real time. The device stores the information on its hardware, on its storage drive, and once a stable network has been established, only then will the device transmit. Why have we done this? We struggled in 2021 because when the strength of network or processing speed dipped, our device persisted to establish network and therefore it led to slow processes at the voting station. We estimate now, according to the optimization, that a device will persist for not more than 7 seconds to try to to establish a network. If it doesn't, it will default to offline mode, and we will be able to work, and the transactions will be uploaded once a network which is strong is established. The third area is that we've taken preventative maintenance on each of the VMDs. In other words, each of the units have gone through the hands of a technician. We've checked for battery life, we've checked for whether the thing still connects to the internet, whether it still has a SIM card. And those that were found to be faulty were swapped out in terms of the contract that we have with the service provider who provided the devices. The next slide indicates the work that we have done to further extend convenience to South Africans who are abroad and who may wish to register because they are currently not registered on any segment of the voters' roll. We have finalized our online voter registration capability to enable South Africans abroad to register online, and so that they can be included on the segments of the voters' roll for missions in which they wish to vote. This area of work will continuously have improvements to it because we are still finalizing and improving on the enhancements of image recognition, because a person who registers abroad must first submit their ID document, and additionally, in terms of the law, they must also scan into the system an image of their valid passport. So we're working on improving progressively the image recognition so that turnaround could be much easier. But even without optimization of this area, we have people who will be able to deal and assist people who want to register and whose scanning has not passed the first stage. Just for information, there will be 3 consecutive days planned for voter registration abroad, and this will be in January 2024. So we will open all missions to allow people who are ordinary residents in those countries to apply for, and if confirmed, be included on those segments of the voters' roll. I now wish to turn to the tests that we have undertaken on our environment, on our ecosystem, to make sure that the VMDs work, and to also test the proficiency of our staff. The purpose of the dry run, and in short, a dry run is just a test. Ahead of us introducing any new technology, we ordinarily have a series of tests to test if the systems do that which was intended for them to do, and so that we also elicit areas of challenges and weaknesses so that we can purposefully attend to those areas. The dry run 3 purposes were to test the ICT systems and supporting infrastructure ahead of the registration weekend, to test the apps that we have developed for the VMD. And as we say, a VMD is just a tablet or a slate or an iPad. The things that operate the VMD were developed by us internally, and there are 3 apps that run on the VMD for purposes of registration. The first one is a voter registration app that we use to register voters. The second app is a voting station monitoring, which we use to monitor whether stations have opened and whether they have closed, and also to harvest statistics. The last app is the staff attendance app, which helps us to manage attendance and also to shorten the process of payment of staff that work at voting stations. So the dry run was intended to test the operation of these 3 applications. The last one was to establish the proficiency of registration staff as it relates to their handling of the VMD and the training, whether they've assimilated the training that they've gone under. So the dry run was conducted on the Saturday, the 18th of October, between 8 in the morning and 1 p.m. in the afternoon. In all, 23,296 voting stations participated in the dry run. We had sent down at least 210 instructions or pages of instructions to voting stations level. And all in all, 74,356 staff participated in the dry run. So the packs of instruction were intended to achieve the following. Each staff member at a voting station had at least different transactions to undertake, and each needed to perform at least 100 such tasks, so that we flood our systems to test whether the bandwidth is sufficient and whether the databases could withstand the information coming from voting stations. So 4 areas that we were testing particularly during the dry run was to monitor the VMD traffic and whether the line that supports the VMD traffic would hold and will be able to deal with those transactions. Secondly, we're monitoring security alerts to check if our systems were under pressure, and where they were under pressure, whether the default of moving into alternative systems would be triggered. The third one was to monitor the entirety of our network, focusing on connectivity, the capacity and the utilization of lines to identify if there were bottlenecks under certain circumstances. And in this area, particularly focus was on the telecom lines that connect all our network of 257 offices, our national office, as well as the data center. The second area of testing was to test the Vodacom line that supports the VMD services. And thirdly, we wanted to test our internet line to see if it will handle the load simulation, the load that will be imposed on it during the registration drive. The last point was to check our servers whether they performed in the way that they were designed to perform. So some of the challenges that we picked up during the dry run, and by its nature, a dry run is intended to elicit areas of weaknesses so that those can be remedied. Because if you do not do a dry run, or if the dry run doesn't elicit areas of weaknesses, those will present themselves in real life on voter registration day, and that would create problems. So there were 3 broad challenges that we picked up from the dry run. The first one was that in the morning when you opened registration stations, the databases could not handle the load that it was subjected to. Not that the databases had inadequate storage, but it was because of the logic of the software that we had designed. So in a matter of an hour, the stored procedure, i.e. the logic on the software, was optimized to enable the databases to carry the load. And in a future slide, I will illustrate how those interventions work. That was the first one. The second one, which was very key, it allowed us to also optimize the instances where there are delays between communication from the VMD and the database. So instead of the VMD persisting to establish connection, we have then forced it in those circumstances, if it doesn't receive a response within 5 seconds, to default to offline mode and enable the registration process to continue. Those who may have been on our website would have experienced a dip around 11 on Saturday the 28th. We had a dip in our line that services the internet line, but that has since been corrected on the day. The last point was that the line that connected the IEC national office, the 257 local offices, as well as the data center, was observed to be dropping packets. In other words, it fluctuated in how it handled data. But it did not, the line was not under stress, because at any point, it never exceeded the 60% of its capability. So while the line still had reserve capacity, it was struggling to process data. After the dry run, we got in Telkom to come, the engineers to come look into our ecosystem, and what they found out was that there were routers that by their nature were dated and therefore could not handle the data that they were subjected to. And those routers have been replaced on the 7th of November, and processing on the database has been optimized. The findings of the dry run are summarized as follows. We confirm that the APN line that supports the VMD works very well, and at no point did it come close to its capacity. We also confirm that the offline functionality has been optimized on the VMDs to deal with 3 areas, as I indicated. 1, where there is no connectivity. 2, where there is connectivity, but the speed of processing is slow. And 3, arising from the dry run in an event that there is no response from our databases. 3, the in-house developed apps worked seamlessly and they performed as they ought to have performed. And 4, we will demonstrate in a future slide that once we went back online, there was throughput at very high rate of data that had been processed in an offline mode. Lastly, that given the high participation rate at voting station level, we think that the test was a realistic test to test our infrastructure in almost circumstances that will mimic the registration day activity. This slide demonstrates that the offline mode on the VMD works. And why do we say so? On the extreme right, you'll see there's a date and there's an hour. The hour 7 is 7 o'clock in the morning. You'll realize that from about 7 o'clock up to about 10:59, the rate of scanned images is more than the rate of processed images. That is because at that point, we were resolving the stored procedures on our databases, and therefore we worked in an offline mode. So the scanning could continue at the level of voting station, even though there was no processing that matched the scanning. From about 11 o'clock, you'll see the green on the right, we have 375 records. That's when we went online again, and therefore all the data that was harvested in an offline mode started coming through the system. Between 11 and about 12, that's when we had a lot of data that was stored in our VMDs. Once the established connection started processing the data. The graph on the right illustrates the information in a different way. In an ideal situation, the graphs must mimic the graph at 1 o'clock, where the rate of scanning and processing are almost equal. What that means, it means we are scanning and processing in real time. Where the graphs are out of sync, it means like between 8 and 10 o'clock. It means the green bar means we just scanned information, but that information had not been processed in real time. It only got processed after 11 when we re-established connectivity in real time. So this graph demonstrates that the offline mode that we have built into the system to enable it to process registration even when there's no connection, even where there's no electricity, even where there's no response from the database, held up and works. And this is just the summary of the remediation that we implemented. The challenges, as I said, were threefold, and the resolution are captured on the right. We move now to area of staffing. This slide shows you the number of positions that we have for the registration weekend across all provinces. And the provinces that are in green shade illustrates where they have recruited 100% of their staff. We are happy that we have the number of staff more than adequate to run a registration weekend. The graph will never be 100% in all provinces because there are instances where people withdraw at late notice, but there are also additional positions in this position. So from a staffing perspective, we are ready to have at least 2 officials at any of our registration points. In those stations where there have been new settlements or new stations or where there are high densities, we will have more than the 2 allocated staff. We will have 3 or even up to 6 staff with multiple number of VMDs, so that we do not allow for queues to form even in those areas. The next slide shows you that there are higher numbers, so there is no discrepancy. The first slide dealt with only registration staff at the voting stations. This slide deals with registration staff at voting station, inclusive of area managers who are the layer of support to voting stations. All in all, we have trained 74,520 persons. We are yet to train 1,960. This was the report as yesterday afternoon. So between today and Thursday, we will finalize the training of this residual number of staff. There are 2 things to be said on the staffing front. The first one is that the Commission recruits staff against a criteria that is developed jointly with the National Party Liaison Committee. In other words, all parties represented in Parliament have representation on that committee, and for that reason, they can input into the criteria. Nothing in the criteria or in the policy of the IEC says the Commission will recruit teachers to the exclusion of everyone else. Nothing in the Commission, in the criteria says the Commission will recruit teachers affiliated to a specific union. In fact, once we have recruited those staff members, we share the names with the local party liaison committee, so that parties can give the names to their structures and for their structures to raise objections against the suitability or otherwise of those people that we intend to use at the voting station. And lastly, the Commission is of the view that it will be unlawful and unconstitutional to exclude a class of persons from opportunities of working at voting station purely because they are teachers or purely because they belong to a union. An objection against the suitability of a person must be against a specific person in terms of the criteria, and in all instances where the Commission have considered the objections and have sustained them, those people have been blacklisted, their ID numbers have been blacklisted, never to work again in the Electoral Commission. Over and above the criteria, the Commission, once it has finalized the recruitment and training, also test the ID numbers of those staff members against the candidate nomination system to see that those persons were never candidates for parties or candidates in a previous election. Similarly, we do test for serious criminal offenses so that we don't end up with undesirable persons at the level of a voting station. It relates to voting stations. We have 23,296 voting stations. We have surveyed those voting stations. We know where the challenges are. We know voting stations without electricity, voting stations without ablutions facilities, voting stations at which we do not have any GSM connection. And we are working for GSM connection, we're working with the relative service providers, but we have also provided that the VMD can operate in an offline mode. For sanitation and water, we are working with the various infrastructure teams in provinces so that the executive in those provinces can assist us to uplift the level of amenities in those voting stations. We have also concluded this is for all the voting stations, and this week colleagues will be finalizing keys and access. As you would see, there's just 23 stations for which lists had not been generated. Those will be concluded in this week still. We still have significant number of voting stations at which we do not have any formal structure, and there we have to put a tent even before we could run activities. We've just concluded at the end of June a delimitation exercise where we relooked at the location of voting station, again with the participation of political parties, so that our voting stations are correctly placed, and we also take advantage of all those new amenities that may come in stream in the preceding period. But there are unfortunately still areas where we do not have a school, a church, or any social amenity that will use as voting station, and there we will have to do with temporary voting stations. This slide just talks to the readiness of registration materials, just to indicate that these are already at the local storage site, waiting to be shipped to voting to registration stations on the day of the registration weekend. As it relates to the our interaction with potential voters. On the 24th of October, the Commission unveiled the logo and launched the election. The campaign theme is "Your Democracy, Own It." The theme is intended to rekindle individual agency by reminding citizens that democracy belongs to them and that they should take charge and ownership, and that only through that can democracy function as a way of arranging our public affairs. The messaging for registration weekend will be carried on TV, on radio, print, by out-of-home advertising, including posters. Our contact center has gone live also to in an interactive way so that people could have information, and we are also doing digital channels, both for communication as well as for voter education. And the choice of platforms is not random. Successive research indicates that TV and radio are still the predominant channels of preference for receiving information. In a very pointed study that the Commission did with young persons who did not intend to vote, there are revealing findings there. Young persons tell us they are always on social media, but they do not trust social media as a platform for receiving information. One. Two, that while they may follow and like certain celebrities, they do not necessarily form opinions because of influencers, and therefore influencers do not shape their thoughts on politics. The following slide just shows the disaggregation of where our spend on the various platforms goes to. There will be 71 insertion in national newspapers and 54 in community-based media. This slide speaks to the out-of-home advertising that we are doing, billboards, wall murals, digital screens, as well as ATM receipts in 350 ATMs. The next slide shows the mix of media, social media. We'll do banners, videos, teasers. We're doing promotions on our website, and we're placing information on digital platforms, including the SMS line is still up, as well as our contact center that we have that has gone live following the launch of the election. This slide just shows the mix of digital platform that we use, both for communication as well as for voter education. By way of conclusion, Chair, we say the following: an election arises out of a confluence of a number of factors. We have sought to demonstrate that it is an administratively involved process. To that end, we have recruited, trained, and presented to PLC the names of people who will be operating the voting stations on the weekend of the 18th and the 18th. It is a logistics undertaking of significant proportion. To that end, we demonstrated that we have secured the point of representations at which people will be able to go and register as voters, and that those will have the requisite materials ready and available to assist members of the public. And the last point we're making is that an election is ultimately about people. And in that regard, we have demonstrated the platforms that we are going to use, the messaging that we are going to share in order to rekindle belief among South African voters that democracy is indeed theirs and that they should take ownership thereof. Thank you very much, Chair. That concludes the input.
Thank you very much, Mr. Shiburi and the commissioners for the detailed brief in preparation for the voter registration. There are a few areas perhaps you may need to come when you respond or you comment on our response. On your response, Mr. Shiburi. And members will also interact with this report. On the issue of the abroad registrations, and you are indicating on your slide that you are working on enhancing the image recognition. And you have not demonstrated the turnaround time. But I note that next day there will be an open for our citizens when abroad to conduct registration. Perhaps if you may need to demonstrate if you are unable to enhance this image recognition, does it mean over the weekend our citizens will have difficulties to conduct registration, or does it impact also on online registration? What is your attitude towards that process? The issue which we are sitting with as a country, the load shedding, to what extent will it impact on the this registration, voter registration weekend? Noting that you also cited logistics that are not yet in place, and you have clearly indicated that you are engaging with various executives or various stakeholders throughout provinces. The turnaround time is important now that you are proceeding to the voter registration. You'll note that in the during the elections, where you only tabling the report of the last elections, there were areas of concerns members have raised in terms of the preparedness and also the registration readiness. The last point which I wanted to, or last 2 points, it's on the objections. If there were any objection in relation to this process or the established process for voter registration or the staffing, as you have cited, that you do deposit that to party the political formations which interact with the IEC to raise objection if they do exist. If you can just brief the committee if there were those objections, if there were, what were your resolve in terms of, so that we're able to tap on some of the issues that may arise post after the voter registration, so that the members of the committee and also members of parliament or the public are able to benefit from the how you have handled them and how we're able to collectively assist the commission. The process of PEC, when the participation on your dry run, you have indicated that 74,000 staff participated in terms of this dry run, and you could not demonstrate or account to the absence of the or non-participation of the other staff. So the presentation does not demonstrate the other number of staffing that could not participate. So those are some of the issues that I thought I must peg for your comment. I will invite Honorable Van der Merwe, Honorable Molekwa, Honorable Kanyile, Honorable Khwase, Honorable Ross, Honorable Pillay, and Honorable Bongani Bongo. Honorable Van der Merwe.
Good morning, Chairperson. Good morning to all our colleagues. Good morning to the Minister, the Deputy Minister, and all the IEC commissioners. Let me also first and foremost welcome back Commissioner Love, and also to say I did see her on the TV this morning doing an interview on registration and election matters, which I think was very important as we keep on educating the voters about changes to the legislation and of course the upcoming election. I think, of course, we all agree that there's a big weekend ahead, and all political parties, I think, as deployed representatives of our people, we are doing our bit in trying to get South Africans to go out and vote over the weekend. But I do have, firstly, I also want to say that I think I want to congratulate the IEC on the campaign that they've been running so far. I think it's very visible. We are seeing lots of interviews being done, and of course the online campaign is something that is very visible, and I also think we need to commend them for that. With regards to the offline mode, I've got some questions with regards to the offline mode. So just want some clarity. So we're saying after 5 seconds, if it cannot connect to the system, or it cannot connect to Wi-Fi, or it will go into an offline mode. And then data is stored on the device and will only be transmitted when a stable connection has been established, or it's able to connect to the network. But my question is, for example, you've just mentioned load shedding, Chairperson. We've got rural areas where connection is very limited, and then coupled with that, you've got load shedding. So I really want to know, what guarantees do we have that we won't experience glitches here? For example, will we not find that later when this system reconnects to the database or to network, that maybe the details are not captured? We had that situation in the last election where people came to voting stations to find that they were not registered to vote, even though they had gone to register to vote. So I just want to know whether we have got any guarantees that we won't have any glitches here. With regards to the low voter turnout amongst young people, I think we all recognize this as a threat to our democracy. It is one of the focus areas of the IEC and political parties in particular. I want to know whether the IEC has had, in the lead up to this weekend, a sustained campaign with the Department of Education and also higher education to ensure that there's some prominence in terms of highlighting voter registration weekend at both schools and higher institutions of higher learning. Because I find that often when we speak about schools and universities and these institutions, we only target a few. So I want to know whether there's been a campaign to ensure that we target all schools and all institutions of higher learning. With regards to young people, again, I know that many of them prefer to use the IEC's online portals to register to vote, but data is an issue, and it's something that the IEC has also flagged. I remember that there were talks with telecommunications companies in terms of zero rating these platforms, and I wanted to know how far we've gone in those talks. The issue of employing teachers, it was mentioned earlier. I did listen closely, and I think it's something that we will agree to disagree upon, because at the end of the day, we are employ. Well, the IEC is employing people who are politically affiliated. It's just if you come from a certain union, of course you are politically affiliated. But I think in future, I want to make the point that the state has trained thousands of social workers who are sitting at home, 10,000 of them. They are much like teachers, also skilled in working with people. And maybe in future elections, we can consider these individuals that have been trained that are sitting at home instead of utilizing teachers. Lastly, I want to ask DHA, over the weekend, you had a opportunity for South Africans. Offices were open on Saturday. So to allow for South Africans to come and pick up their IDs. We know that this is an issue where IDs are left. People go and apply for their IDs, but they don't pick them up. I want to know if there was, if we have got any numbers in terms of collections from Saturday, whether we saw an uptake in this, in that people came to collect their IDs. And finally, I would like to know whether there's a special plan for mobile trucks for this weekend, especially to rural areas. Thank you, Chairperson.
Thank you, Honorable Van der Merwe, for your contributions. Honorable Malekwa.
Thank you very much, Chairperson. Let me also start by appreciating the presentation as presented by the IEC, and appreciate the effort that has been put especially toward the voter registration weekend and all the information regarding the dry run that has been presented. Chairperson, but I just wanted to check with the IEC regarding the issue of publicity. I think IEC need to put more effort, especially on the poster, Chairperson, because as you know that the publicity put the mood for election to the community. So, but I think, especially in the rural areas, there is lack of publicity in terms of posters. So I think the IEC, it can use the last 3 days that are left towards the voter registration weekend to put more effort in making sure that the posters are up and they put more effort on the issue of publicity so that most of the people can be aware of what is happening on this coming weekend. I think if that can happen after the voter registration, I think the positive outcome will be yielded on this issue, Chairperson. So that is my comment. I think most of the issues committees are correct, Chairperson. Thank you.
Thank you. I've noted that also Honorable Mokhale and Honorable Modishimse are in attendance. Honorable Kanyile.
Thank you, Chairperson, and greetings to you and greetings to the colleagues and everyone online. Chairperson, I also would like to congratulate Commissioner Love and acknowledge the presentation that is before us. I do have a few questions that I would like to raise. The first question is on voter education. What I would like to find out from the IEC is whether young people were targeted this time around for this coming registration weekend or upcoming elections as well for 2024. I also remember there was a presentation that was done before the portfolio committee where they indicated that at some point they visit schools. I would like to find out that when they visit those schools, do they register those young people who are interested to register, especially the ones that are obviously 18 years old and above? I have been covered largely on the issue of load shedding by Honorable van der Merwe. I also have two more clarity-seeking questions, Chairperson. We had a by-election last month here in Ligwa. What I have picked up is that majority of the people that we registered on the IEC online registration portal, when the voting day came, those people were not registered together with the people that were moving from other VDs to the areas that they currently reside in. On the voting day, we discovered that those people were still in the old VDs. What I want to find out is how long does it take for IEC to process the registrations that we do online? The last question that I have is that what I also picked up is that you find 2 or more people residing in the same address, but they are registered in different VDs. I'd like to find out what causes that, because it was very confusing, honestly, when one lady came with her husband and the husband was registered in that VD. They reside in the same address or the same home, but the wife was registered in another VD outside the area that they reside in. I think it was about 2 or 3 kilometers away. I think if we can get clarity on that, I'll appreciate. Thank you very much, Chairperson.
Thank you, Honorable Kanyile. Honorable Khwasa.
Thank you very much, Chair, and thanks and good morning to all the colleagues on the platform. Chair, let me also say I note and we welcome the presentations made before us. I'm largely covered by the submissions and the questions you asked, Chair, and my interest is the last question asked by Honorable Kanyile. But also, Chair, I want to check with the IEC to what extent are the presiding officers playing a role in voter education when it comes to first-time voters? Because where I'm sitting, we cannot have the principals only having a role to play on the day of elections and registrations, but throughout. I want to check if maybe there's a role that they play, because most of the first-time voters are found in the schools in which they are principals. And I take these principals as part of the IEC because of the role that they play during the elections. Thank you very much, Chair.
Thank you, Honorable Khwase. Honorable Mohale. Honorable Ross.
Thank you very much, Chair, and thank you to the presenter, and welcome back to Commissioner Love. I'd like to wish the IEC everything of the best for a successful registration weekend. I think sometimes we come across and we criticize and we say, what about this and what about that? But it's great to see that the VMD system being thoroughly tested, and backup plans in place in case the VMD system is offline. And I think that's what we're here for. We're here to do oversight. We're here to question these things and always improve in the future. And so it's encouraging to see that. I'm also seeing the IEC around and about, and a growing awareness of the registration weekend. I see a number of digital platforms there, and it might just be because of the slide. But given the challenge in getting young voters to come on board, is there a TikTok campaign? I wouldn't know. I'm not on TikTok. Is that part of the mix? If we can just get a bit of information on that. Then secondly, we're having this registration weekend now. When will the second registration weekend take place? Is this confirmed yet? And when will that be confirmed? Then the registration abroad. So there's mention made of the enhancements progressively introduced to the image recognition on passport and ID documents. So abroad, you need the two documents. Will these voters need both documents at the time that they register? And will the passport need to be current? And what do persons do who are waiting for passport applications to be processed? I know that our petition came through this committee to try and speed up the process of applying for passports and ID documents from missions abroad. But clearly it's going to take a while for that to really come to pass. So now you can apply for a passport. You can still wait months or even over a year. So what happens in that case? For persons that are now waiting for a passport, they've been waiting for a long time. Are they barred from being able to register? How does that work? And then there's mention of 3 consecutive days of overseas registration in January. So will this just be at the missions abroad, or will this also be the online system? And if it's not the online system, do we know when that is going to be available as yet? Because we were advised that that we're waiting for regulations before this can happen. And then we've been advised that the regulations are waiting for court cases to complete, because those registrations were already gazetted on the 28th of July, which is several months ago. So really my question in this regard is also whether consideration is being given to splitting the amendments of the regulations, given that the system to register overseas is ready, whether consideration is being given to splitting the amendment of the regulations into 2 parts. So one part is parts of the regulations that are not affected by court action or consequential amendments, and then another part being ones that are not affected at all, as in this case, because it seems like voter registration for persons overseas could be delayed for the sake of candidates. So I'd just like some clarity in that regard. And then also just going back to the issue of, I remember there was something that was raised in the media space about hundreds of registrations being on a specific space. And we received an explanation for that. My question is just really whether this has been resolved as yet, whether we still have hundreds of registrations on certain addresses, and where we are in that regard. But once again, yes, the very best to the IEC for this coming weekend. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Ross. Honorable Pillay.
Thank you very much, Chairperson, and let me greet all honorable members and all colleagues that are on the platform. Chairperson, firstly, let me congratulate and applaud the leadership of the Chairperson and the entire collective, in particular, the staff that will be conducting the registration. I'm pleased with the progress and the state of readiness for our voter registration this weekend. Just a few points of comments and perhaps even some recommendations. Chair, I think the first one is around, and I think Honorable Molekwa did mention, just a little bit more beefing up in terms of awareness and education on the ground within communities. I think we can be able to do with a little bit more publicity and awareness. And that perhaps we can make use of local media, print and radio, to be able to enhance what we've already done. And also the use of social media, because I think in this day and age, it's really vast. Then, Chair, you've covered me in respect of load shedding, but just to be a little bit more specific, will the load shedding have an impact or negatively affect the registration weekend? And what is the contingency plan for that? Then, considering the recent inclement weather, especially heavy storms and hail, there is a risk on the temporary voting stations where marquees may be severely affected. How will this be addressed? And also, I want to recommend that we look at more permanent voting stations. And what is the number of temporary structures if they do have a particular number? And then lastly, Chair, just to confirm the times, is it 7 a.m. or 8 a.m. to 5 p.m.? Thank you very much.
Thank you, Honorable Pillay. Honorable Bongo.
No, thanks, Chairperson Shaban. I think I would like to join the colleagues in welcoming back Commissioner Love, and thank you for the presentation from the IEC. From where I'm sitting, I think it looks like it's all systems go, and also just to appreciate also the sector departments are also going to be open in complementing the work that will be done by the IEC. I think when I check too much on social media, I don't see the enough visibility, because I think the young people that were complaining about, they're on a social media. I do take the comments that they still don't trust that they can use social media for whatever reason, but just for publicity and for the future, because it will appear that the future it is this social media in terms of information distribution or spreading. What I would like also to see, when we're growing up, you would see on TV there were soapies that were directly created for elections. Some when you watch TV during the peak hours, you see people teaching us about the Votanima way to all sorts of things, but I don't see a lot of that in the TV. I think IEC may have to embark on that. It may not be for these specific elections, but to encourage much more people to be on the system. And the issue of load shedding, I think you covered. And I'm just wondering, how does the system of IEC assist us or assist government in in the job creation, because I hear one honorable member speaking about teachers, Honorable Lizelle speaking about social workers and so on. Because if we target the teachers, these are the people who are already working and earning some money. But you still do have a lot of other people who are unemployed, who may be roped in, who are a bit qualified and so on. And how can we make sure that we assist that that group of people, as opposed to just taking the teachers only? Yeah, other than that, Chair, I think I'm quite comfortable with the dry run, and I think we need to commend the IEC with the continued good work that they are doing on behalf of the people of this country. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Ngani Bongo. Honorable Mudise Mcha. Noted. Thank you very much, members, for your comments and the issues raised for the IEC to consider. And the other issues which have been raised referred to the Home Affairs Department, and I think the Deputy Minister and the Minister will respond to that or comment on that. I will request Mr. Shiburi to start with the response or comments, and I will invite Commissioner Miebza, if he's still in attendance. If it's not, Commissioner Love and other commissioners to comment. Then I'll invite the Minister and the DM to comment. Mr. Shiburi?
Chairperson, it's Mosotho.
Yes, Commissioner Miebza.
I'd like to beg for your indulgence. I will be leaving shortly as arranged, but I'm not leaving just like that. The CEO was engaged when we started in the morning. He is now online. Commissioner Love and Commissioner Mashinini were online, are online still. I will be leaving with Commissioner Mashinini shortly, but I do want to thank members for the engagement and wish to thank them too for following up on the work that we are doing. There are two things I just want to leave this committee with. The first one is that on the issue of load shedding and related business, if on Saturday and Sunday we do have load shedding in the day, I submit that it is not of a nature that will significantly, if it does at all, impact our work. Remember, Mr. Shiburi indicated that one of the tests we have done was to check that every VMD is indeed loaded with software, has a battery that is functional, and generally the condition thereof. The battery will be able to operate for a day, even if we do have load shedding. In relation to the question that was raised by Honorable Van der Merwe, which I think we need to allay the fear of. When a voter has been scanned, that information is kept on the machine. There is no information that we will need afterwards. It prompts for the information that is required, and once kept there, it is kept until it is safely downloaded onto the system. And I think it's important to say that there is no information loss as a result of being offline or any connectivity to the network, the electricity network. The other problem that I really, Chairperson, want to submit is the issue of who we recruit and how we recruit them. This matter has been dealt with extensively, and I do wish that both Commissioner Love and the CEO deal with that issue, because we have given it consideration in every respect. We have taken submissions that have been made to us, and we have now undertaken a 360-degree evaluation of this. And I do want to submit that the Commission must be placed in a position where, first and foremost, voting stations are functional and manned by people who have the confidence and will make them work. And assure this committee that that is the fundamental part of that which must happen on Saturday and Sunday in respect of voting day. Once we have people that can manage a voting station, other people are where we try and meet the social imperatives and the economic imperatives of our nation, help create opportunities, not jobs, because there are 3 days, opportunities for young people and others that we need in this work to find an experience of being in a voting station and doing the work. But to work the other way around, I'm afraid we do not want to collapse functioning at the voting station. And there is a lot already we are doing to balance those needs. I'm asking for members to keep us to account, but accept that we are doing the best we can do to get voting stations that are functional for the purpose that we are required to undertake. We balance all of these things, and in good faith, we are determined to succeed with all of those imperatives. Chair, I want to pause there and ask for your indulgence. Commissioner Love, CEO, Dadesh Buri, I wish you well with the members and the response to the questions that you're going to undertake. Yeah, Chair.
With Commissioner Mashinini, Commissioner Love.
Thanks, Chairperson, and thanks for all the kind words of colleagues and yourself. Chairperson, I think we should turn to firstly the CEO and then both deputy CEOs, because I think that he will direct, there might be some questions around communications and so on that he would direct to Deputy CEO Mosri. But if we could start with the CEO and then I'll come in at the end, if that's in order. Is that in order, Chair?
No, it's fine. Thank you. I thought the established request was in order earlier on, but I understood Commissioner Miepja that he had to attend other engagement than Commissioner Mashinin. CEO, Kolo.
No, thanks, Chairperson. Both DCO Shibori and Mosri will deal with the questions. The operational questions and matters related to regulations and so on will be dealt with by Mr. Shibori. And then the more communications, marketing, and outreach matters will be dealt with by Deputy CEO Mosri. With your leave, Chair, let's go directly to them.
Mr. Shibori?
Thanks, Chair. And I won't repeat those questions that Commissioner Miepa has dealt with. Let's first deal with optimization of image recognition. I may have spoken out of turn and caused confusion. The optimization of image recognition only applies to those countrymen and women who apply online. Because when you apply online, you must upload an image of your identity document. So that is where we're talking about image optimization, both for persons applying in the country those applying out of the country. The out of the country portal will be available effective from this weekend. And those South Africans who want to register there will have to upload their identity document. And if the upload fails for whatever reason, for example, because either the copy is not too clear, it is faint, or a person has uploaded something other than an ID number, we have resources that will help us deal with those, but it will be a manual intervention to process those applications, and there will be a slight delay and lead time there because there must be manual intervention. We're looking at optimization of the image recognition precisely to obviate the need of manual intervention by increasing instances of first-time success of the image that have been scanned into the system. So for people who go to voting stations over the 18th and the 19th, they will register at the station, and the issues of image recognition will not arise. For persons registering overseas, they can start doing so online from this weekend, and they don't have to go to a mission if they complete their application online. The 3 successive days that I referred to are for those persons who opt to register at a mission abroad. So they'll register at our embassies on 3 days that will make known, which days will also include a weekend in January 2024. The issue of electricity has been dealt with. Objections to registration staff. We will have to package that information, Chair, and submit to the committee. We do not have it readily available. However, I can indicate that we have blacklisted and removed 155 persons that we had recruited, either because of a criminal record or because of any such serious criminal offenses. So that is what we have done on our own. What we'll submit to the committee will be persons that we've removed as a result of a party raising an objection against the suitability or of that person at the voting station. Just to underscore the issue of offline, let's draw parallels. If you are using your phone and you put it to airplane mode, that is offline in our terms, because you will be able to draft emails, draft WhatsApp messages, draft SMS messages. Those are stored on your phone. They will only transmit once you've removed your phone from airplane mode. So that in crisp terms, what offline mode is intended to do. The issue of online registration and how long it takes. The online registration should be instantaneous, except in instances where a person uploads an image that is not clear or uploads a wrong image. That's where it will take manual intervention for us to sift out through those images and get in touch with the voter to ask them to resubmit a new image that could be read. So there will be a delay in those instances, but where a person scans a perfect image of an ID document, that transaction goes through. Honorable Kanyela, could I ask for specific instances so that we are not all over the place in our response? We can purposefully check those instances where persons in the same household were registered in different VDs. The other issue relates to when the second registration weekend will be. We can confirm, as we've done in the past, that we are funded and we are scheduled to host a second registration weekend. But because a second registration weekend's yield depends largely on whether an election date is known, we would want to only announce the date of the second registration weekend once the presidency has made known the date on which the election will be contested, so that that registration weekend is as close to the date of proclamation as possible, so that by the time you hold your election, your voters' roll is still pretty up to date with persons who registered recently. So the second registration date will be known as soon as consultation with the presidency has concluded and the date of an election has been made known, even though it may not be proclaimed. So that everybody knows when an election will be held, when proclamation will be, and so that second registration will benefit from the yield of people who register because they know an election is imminent. So online registration for South Africans abroad will also be continuous. It won't be only open for those 3 days. The issue of persons registered against a single address. Let's try to explain it again as follows. There are areas in the country where there are no addresses. And since the order of the Concord in Kam and Mhlope in 2016, the Commission has attempted to get as many details from voters as possible so that they can include those details onto the voters' roll. But the order of the Concord doesn't say you must have a voters' roll 100% with addresses. It says where an address is objectively available. So instances where persons are linked, they are not registered, but they are linked to a point of reference within a VD so that we can distinguish why these people are registered in this VD and not in another VD. So that was just for purposes of linking those people so that the Chief Electoral Officer, in exercising his responsibility to register persons, can justify an account why those persons are registered in that VD without an address and not in any other VD. It doesn't mean that those persons are resident in that single address. The risk of inclement weather, we are the first to acknowledge that it doesn't serve anyone to have electoral processes running out of temporary infrastructure. However, given the unequal development in our country, that is where we find ourselves. There are 959 such voting stations where there is no social amenities at which we have to pitch tents. In bigger metropolitan municipalities, we are also able to improve the quality of our tents because there is a market. However, if you move to far removed areas where there is no market for marquees, you have to bring those things from metros and the cost becomes too exorbitant. But on our part, we are resolved to extend the right to vote to all South Africans in a manner that gives dignity to their participation. The issues of social media, TikTok, script, pamphlets, and posters, use of TV, I will leave to DCO Mosri.
Sorry, DCO Shiburi, you just need to confirm opening times and also how many temporary voting stations.
That's 959 temporary voting stations, and the operating times for the registration weekend is 8 in the morning until 5 in the afternoon, on condition that if there are still persons in the queue by 5, we will assist those before we close those stations.
Thank you, Mr. Shiburi. Mr. Mosri.
Thank you, Chair. Good morning to you and the honorable members of the committee, Minister, Deputy Minister, DG, and colleagues and commissioners. Let me deal with all questions that relate to the campaign and the publicity. But my first response is towards zero rating the online application to register. The discussions are still ongoing on the matter of zero rating, the online registration. We've not concluded, but we've engaged all the major telcos in the country, and they've all responded in principle positively to our request. The issue is being dealt with at a technical level. What is the difficulty at a technical level is that to locate the address of the voter, the current system directs the location of the voter to mapping details that are available online and on the internet, and to a large extent to your Google Maps. As a problematic access when people come into our zero-rated platform to register, and when they confirm the map location, it takes them out into the internet. And there was a fear that people will actually use that as a gateway to free internet access and data beyond just the registration process. And the technicians are dealing with that. And on our part, we're looking at how we link the online, if it comes through the zero-rated route, that it uses maps that are within our control as the Electoral Commission. We do hope to find a solution soon, and before we can close the registration process for this general election. So we will definitely come back here to update the portfolio committee members. The second area of response is our schools program. Our schools program is in partnership and in cooperation with Department of Basic Education. We have a memorandum of agreement in place. It assists with meeting certain outcomes of the curricula itself, but at the same time, it provides a platform and a structured program for us to do civic education and promote civic responsibility with learners in basic education. And we have, in this particular year, 2023, focused on ensuring that we visit all high schools where we have 16-year-olds and above. And in doing so, we also promoted and encouraged registration of young persons. When we share with you at some other point the registration of young people using the online, you would indeed pick up ages that would be at high school level and the numbers of those who registered during the school program of civic education. What we found a limitation was in the main that learners do not bring their IDs to school on everyday basis. It has to be pre-arranged and planned with them. The second one was obviously where there have been challenges with those learners getting IDs and things like that. Now, as part of this relationship with basic education, we are supporting the teaching of civics and civic education, which is done by the teachers and the educators in the schools. So there is a lot of that education that takes place in schools. Safe to say that beyond the school program, we did go to FETs as well as to tertiary institutions with various activation programs. And because most of those institutions do provide free wireless, or students were able to also register using the online platform. But with the improvements of the on the VMD, it has been easy to take the VMDs out there to do registrations. And indeed, we have numbers to indicate that. On broadly, publicity, as indicated, we are indeed doing posters and billboards, and our provisioning to ensure that we cover the whole country, rural and urban settings. We've allocated no less than 12 posters per VD, which means in a ward with 4 VDs, you should see more than 48 posters being put up there, which we believed would be sufficiently visible and spread out definitely throughout the country. Billboards are fairly an expensive commodity. We're doing just about 109 in the whole country. And here we've targeted key entrances to towns across the country. And in the metros and the big cities, we've targeted the high volume traffic areas. And on top of these 109 static billboards, we're doing about 69 digital or electronic billboards to increase the extent of publicity. What is also important here, honorable members, is that when do we put these in the public space is limited by or implicated by the amount of budget available for such campaigns. So we can't do too early or too late. So we always have to look for a balancing exercise on the timing of posting all of these publicity material. Now, beyond the billboards and posters, we are doing newspaper strips which promote the registration weekend. We have done community print newspapers purposefully. Most of those who are publishing this week, you should see that. And we're doing most of the dailies and the weekend newspapers with that kind of a banner. On digital platforms, television is indicated as the top message source for voters, and we are indeed doing television, and all our 3 key channels, including a 4th one being DSTV platforms, and then a 5th one being EWN, which broadcast online. We are doing a number of our TV ads with them, and we start off with fewer in a day, which was most of last week. And then from last week, the frequency is going to increase into the weekend. So we should see more of those. We are doing the storyline on television, soapies, working closely with SAPC because of our shared educational mandate for the citizens. We are doing those storylines and doing a lot more. SAPC has brought to the civic education space all their educational platforms, which we are utilizing to promote registration, but more importantly, to deal with the question of encouraging voters who may be disillusioned or other to participate, and also to attract the youngsters based also on the research that we've done in the past. Now, on social media, honorable members, we have indicated that we are all in all the social media platforms. We're doing our own content created by ourselves as the commission, but in the partnership and the collaboration we have with most of them, particularly TikTok, Google, and Meta, they have special pages that also promote participation in elections and encouraging users of these platforms to go out and participate. And we're doing fairly well there. Twitter is more a chat platform, and to the extent that our page is able to share information and do our own content there, we are functioning. Now, on the digital media platforms where there's news and other, we have a number of flags that are bought advertising to publicize the registration weekend and registration. So all of those are ongoing as we speak. Now, in addition to this, our website did not have a web chat before. As of last week, we started the web chat, and at this stage, we are seeing over 100 people per day using the web chat, and obviously some of them stay for too long. We have to cut short the conversations, but it has become a popular call center interaction with voters. What we miss, honorable members, is more of interactive sessions with citizens in order to promote participation. As much as we have done beyond our APP target to reach various communities with our short seminars, short workshops, and presentations, we are not happy as yet that we've made the sufficient impact to change the mindset and encourage people to go and participate. The second other digital platform that is being used actively is our WhatsApp line. And we will also be inviting honorable members to promote the WhatsApp line. It's interactive. You go in to ask questions related to registration or the elections. You continuously get responses from our WhatsApp chat line, and it's good enough for the work that we're doing in this platform. We are continuing to partner with other media houses to ensure that we keep the discussion and the interaction on the responsibility to participate and to go out and register this particular weekend. The last one, Chair, is radio, which is another key platform that has a vast reach. We are doing community radios, and we're doing all the radio stations of SABC. In all of them, we at least have a 30 minutes talk show, which also allows voters to phone in and interact with an official of the commission who is a guest on these talk shows. And with community radio stations, we started back in July, and it's been continuing up till now. And we've added more community radio stations. The current number is 145 of community radio stations currently are part of that talk show program with ourselves. That's all, Chair, that I wish to submit for now.
Thank you very much, Mr. Siburi. CEO, if there's any other matter to comment.
No, Chair, nothing additional at this stage. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Commissioner Love, you can wrap up, then we invite the DM and the Minister.
Thanks very much, Chair. Just look, the one thing that I wanted again to emphasize is just the process of recruitment. The recruitment process, aside from what was explained by the DCO in terms of getting the criteria agreed, is also something that we are really urging all contestants to advise local members to look at the individuals, because it's the individuals that we want to be sure are performing well. We have recruited people on the basis of not just, their CVs, but also on the basis of the way in which they perform in terms of the actual initial training and awareness. But also some of the ones who are going to be active over this weekend, quite a number in fact, are people who do not have work experience, although at all of the stations we want people to have work experience, but over 55,000 are going to be people who are going to use these days in order to get some work experience and exposure to the work that we're doing. We obviously, as we move towards the actual election day, the number at each of our voting stations expands, and presumably there will also be additional opportunities for young people, especially who haven't had a chance to work. But it's really just to emphasize the importance of getting contestants to focus on individuals. That's what we need to do on their performance. Thank you, Chair. I think that the other questions that were asked about the IDs and the delays in passport processing are things that the Minister will deal with. And my greetings to the Minister and the Deputy Minister and the department, as well as other colleagues in the committee. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Commissioner Love. Deputy Minister Njabulo Nzunza.
Thank you very much, Chairperson, and good morning to members of the Portfolio Committee, as well as the management complement of Home Affairs and the IEC. I'm just going to go through a few questions that were asked. The first issue I want to deal with is to assure members of the committee that we are not supposed to have a person who says, I cannot register to vote on the basis that their ID will be with Home Affairs or they are not in possession of their ID. Firstly, because we would have opened our offices during the weekend, the past weekend, and we're also going to open this weekend, which means that a person who discovered that they've lost an ID, they can visit any of our branches, be able to get a TIC on the spot, which is a temporary identification certificate, and then they can use that to then go and register. But we're open for collections. Over the past weekend, we're able to push collections of about 10,000 throughout the country. Our focus in terms of collections is on the 135,000, which is the actual first-time issues, because the balance thereof are the ones who are deceased and the other ones are the second-time issues. Those are people who have had an ID before. They might have thought it was lost, came and applied for it, and then ultimately found it. And that is why we are sort of having trouble getting them to come back, to come collect their IDs. Our main focus are the ones who are getting their IDs for the first time, which is the 135,000. We have also committed resources towards a media campaign. I think we'll start seeing the results of the media campaign in the next week, where we'll be pushing strongly around issues of ID collection so that people can be aware that our offices are open and they can actually visit our offices. Yes, we'll be deploying the 127 mobile units throughout the country. We are working with the stakeholder forums across Home Affairs, stakeholder forums across the country, which are mainly driven by speakers in the provincial legislatures as well as in the various municipalities. But the deployment of the 127 mobile offices will be shared in the DHA website for the schedule. So members can also go there to look for the schedule. Thank you very much, Chair.
Thank you very much, Deputy Minister. Minister?
Thank you, Chair. I just want to add to what the Deputy Minister has said about non-collection of IDs, that obviously, honorable members, when we announced that there are 500,000 IDs unconnected, in the minds of the public and the members is that if those IDs are not collected, 500,000 people will never register and will never vote. But the Deputy Minister has just explained that actually that will affect 135,000, out of which 10,000 were collected. The others, as he said, apart from people who passed on, who are 64,000, are people who are coming for the second time. And most of them do have IDs, but they are coming to apply for a smart ID card. You are aware that in Home Affairs, we are still having the old barcoded ID and the smart ID. And when everybody else has had access to smart ID, we'll then stop the green one. So most of the people, it's now emerging why they are not coming to collect their IDs is because they are not pressurized to need them because they do have IDs at home. They were just applying.
Sorry, Minister. Mr. Mazri, can you demobilize your audio? Proceed, Minister.
Yes, so I'm just trying to allay your fears that a majority of them are going to register because they do have a green barcoded ID, only that they did not, they applied for a smart card and they are not feeling under pressure to correct it. I think I just wanted that to be very clearly understood because all the time we were giving a wrong impression that there are people who are just sitting without IDs when the IDs are sitting in Home Affairs. The issue raised by Honorable Ruos about waiting for passports, you are aware that we piloted a new method to try and run away from DERCO's diplomatic purge because the delay about issuing these documents in the missions abroad is because of the diplomatic purge by the DERCO, where we have got to wait, and sometimes it doesn't leave missions like the post office do. Sometimes they will say it's going to leave in 3 months' time or in 6 months' time. So we thought we must sidestep it by looking for a new electronic way of doing it, and we have piloted it. Obviously, it is early days, but I think I will ask the IEC Commissioner Love that let's sit and look into this, how we are going to do it. For instance, I would like to argue, and I'm taking a risk because I've not yet canvassed it, that a person who has applied for a passport has got reference numbers, and so it's a well-known person. They've got a passport, but it has expired. They are just renewing. And I thought the IEC's intention on this online and picture recognition is just to make sure that that's the right person. I'm under that impression, really. And so the fact that he has applied to renew the passport, it does not come, does not make them a different person altogether. So I want us to sit down and see exactly how we can discuss this matter. For instance, on the issue of visas, if somebody has got a visa which has expired and they have applied for a renewal and there is a delay or has not yet got it and they have to leave overseas, etc., and they've got that invoice serves as an indication that this person had the intention of renewing. It's only that the renewing has not yet been finalized. So I would like us to see if that could work with elections at all. I'm just flagging it. I'm not saying it's the final thing, but let's sit down with IEC and find out if it will work. Thank you very much.
No, thanks, Minister. The DM, the difficulty that you are raising another matter that you could first canvass the thoughts with the IEC, because you may also invite members to contribute to the matter that you are raising. So let's appreciate or note for the bilateral with the IEC between yourselves. And I'm sure Commissioner Love may not want to comment on the point unless I'm marginalizing her or you want to comment. But I am the view that it's a matter that you may need to solicit first so that we are able to bring before members of the committee, and also not to confuse society on issues that are not yet being grounded off between stakeholders and the committee. But let me thank members for having interacted with the presentation, and also the committee appreciate the continuous work that has been demonstrated by the IEC over a period of time when we approach elections and when we conduct voter registration. And once the committee also appreciate the caution that we always interact and recommendation that the IEC take into account when members raise to assist the IEC to improve its work, and also commend the work that's been done by the PLC with the IEC in terms of the responsibility that are carried for the good functioning of the electoral process. We'll stand off this item, and all of us who must take responsibility as the committee, portfolio committee, to popularize and mobilize for the coming voter registration, and also continuously mobilize for the online registration, particularly for the youth, and the other issues that have been raised by the members, and also responses from the commission. And we also appreciate that you have taken note of some of the issues that we have raised as the committee. We note the report, and also will take collective responsibility to make sure that we also monitor and observe the work over the weekend. There are obviously certain issues that have been raised in terms of the timeline or turnaround time that you had to conclude, Mr. Shiburi, in your presentation, and that off will also take note of some of those issues, and also receive post the voter registration this weekend. Will interact with the IEC and look on some of the areas that were weaknesses as we engage on this process. We'll now stand off this item and release the IEC and the team. I'm not sure, Commissioner Love, you want to have a last parting?
No, thank you very much, Chair. Just greetings to everybody, and we'll leave you to the rest of your work. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Minister, can you introduce the third item, the fourth item, before you, and we'll release the team of the IEC. Thank you very much, Commissioner Love and your team. Minister?
Thank you.
Yes, Chairperson, I will right away ask the DG to take us through it, because as we have done this work before, it's nothing that is new. It's just to take us through to see exactly how far we have gone. So I'll allow the DG to take us through.
Thank you, Director General.
No, thank you so much, Chairperson. Good morning, Minister. Good morning, Deputy Minister, yourself, Chairperson, honorable members. I'll switch off the video for better connectivity. Colleagues from the IEC, the commissioners and the chair and the deputy CEOs that are in attendance, the colleagues from Home Affairs. So, Chairperson, there are three presentations. The first one deals with member queries. These are queries that we receive from yourself. I'll take you through that one. Then the second presentation, while Moses is loading the presentation, will focus on the eHomeAffairs system, and DD Tulani Mavuso, responsible for operations, will deal with that. And then the last one will be on the functioning of the Home Affairs Contact Center, or as it's abbreviated, AACC. So I'll then start with 5.1 while the presentation is being loaded.
Is it shown, DJ?
We're starting with the one on the queries, member queries. If we can fly the presentation on a slide mode, so the Chairperson, the presentation outline is indicated. If we can move to the second slide, the introduction, the status of queries. These are mainly queries that we receive from yourselves through the nodal point. That's based in Cape Town, Mr. Liring Tsetsana. And then the conclusion thereof, Chairperson. If we move to slide number 2, basically the introduction is to provide yourselves with information on the status of addressing queries that we would have received from committee members on behalf of the public. And of course, we do acknowledge our responsibility in ensuring that the queries are addressed in line with our mandate. And internally, we've put in place a process to ensure that the queries receive attention timeously. Of course, there are those matters that, Chairperson, require a bit of investigation and additional information in the main from relevant clients. These clients can be clients that are in the Republic of South Africa and clients that are making applications at the various South African missions abroad. And similarly, internally, we have a process to ensure that these queries that are received from committee members are also addressed. And at the moment, through the Office of the DG, we now have a person who's tracking these queries from both the HACC, those that we receive from yourself, from the general public, and make sure that feedback is provided timeously. So we're trying to clear all the cases that are currently still pending, Chairperson. So slide number 3 then gives you an illustration of the queries that we would have received from committee members. That's a sharp increase from the last time when we were here. We now have 910 queries that we've received. And this is for the period with the beginning of the financial year right up to the 8th of November 2023. We've tried to provide the latest information. Of course, it does change as and when queries are being resolved. Out of these 910, you will note on the diagram that's provided, 627 queries were finalized, and then there are still 283 queries that we hope in the next 2 months with the interventions that we are making, we should have finalized these, including the list that we received from yourself, Honorable Ross, Honorable Kanyile. I think there are 2 PRPs that date back to 2019, 239 and 69, that will be finalized by tomorrow. Now, while the pending queries are 283 overnight, there are 25 that were finalized, including the ones that I've just referred by Honorable Ross. So you're sitting at 258. This means the cases that have been finalized are 652 because this work is ongoing. This slide then basically gives you an illustration of where we are with regards to the various branches. If you look at IMS, they are sitting at 227. Now you'll need to subtract the 25 that were finalized yesterday. So you're left with 222 and the ones that are going to be dealt with. So the categories for IMS, I'll start with IMS and then come to civic services. For the IMS categories, you've got PRPs. There's 84 that's still outstanding, and then temporary permits 115, appeals 25, and then proof of permanent residence 5. Now, from the PRPs that I've just referred to, there's those that you'll need to strip out, which means 25 of those have now been attended to. Now, on the civic side, there's 56 that I think Mr. Sikama should be able to finalize before the end of the week. In terms of the first one, the categories on the death unabridged death certificate, which you comply with by ensuring that the prescribed form is completed, the B132 is completed, the 7 that's outstanding. And often the delays are in certain instances where the clients do not come back and provide the necessary information in certain instances, and in certain instances where documentation is not completed properly. But we are addressing some of those issues. For unabridged marriage, there's 26, unabridged 13, And then personal amendments, these ones are moving even faster, particularly because of the work that's being done in the digitization space, the duplicates remaining with regards to that. So there are efforts underway, which I believe should be able to assist us to finalize in the main some of those queries that we have received. From these numbers that we've provided, particularly for the PRPs, there's also where we have incorrect reference numbers. I think there are about 5 cases that we're trying to locate some of the clients, and some of them are not located here, some of them are outside the country, and as and when we receive the correct references, we're able to finalize those queries. So that's the status update, Chairperson. The last slide is really to recommend the PAC, the Portfolio Committee, to note the presentation. And I think I'll really recommend that the Portfolio Committee notes that this work is ongoing. It's never ending because on a daily basis, we do receive applications, and the measures that Mr. Matthews has put in place, which he has shared with this portfolio committee, are starting to address some of those issues. I'll now pause there, Chairperson, and thank you, and request Mr. Mavuso to take you through the next 2 presentations. Thank you, Chairperson.
No, thank you, DG. DDG Mavuso.
No, thank you very much, Chairperson. I will share my slides, just request the indulgence of the committee. If I could just share my slides quickly. Thank you, Chair. We were requested to come to the committee to brief the committee about the functionality of eHomeAffairs and what we term also a user experience. So on the slide, we're just indicating the presentation outline. There are 4 areas we are going to focus on. The background in terms of eHomeAffairs and the utilization statistics, and also the application process, which demonstrate user experience, and then the recommendation. Chair, just as a way of background, is to indicate that in 2015, the department, in partnership with the banks, we agreed to create an alternative channel to service our client, and as part of improving the footprint for the department. But it was as a result where banks were raising issues relating to the need for them to get a fresher and more secure identity document in order to process their clients, so that they eliminate fraudulent activities. So that partnership was going to see us obviously expanding in the banking halls, utilizing the digital platform in order for us to ensure that we also create a very good user experience where the clients are able to start the application process from the comfort of their homes. Chair, the reason also was that the client needed to visit our offices or the banks to capture biometrics, obviously as a result of not having a system that was able to authenticate, in other words, to do facial recognition, to say if I were to take my own picture, I'm able to verify on the database whether it's the same person. So therefore, it required that the person must go and make a booking. So we'll explain to that in the next slide. So really the goal of this partnership, obviously, as I said, was to facilitate efficient and secure ways of getting this document, but also to accelerate the number of citizens with the passport and smart ID cards. This project was launched officially on the 30th of September. It was at a presidential level when the former president launched this particular system. And then the system allows, obviously, the applicant, as I've said, to submit the biographical information and make a booking to visit a bank branch to finalize an application and submit those biometrics. But also what it also allows is for a client to also come to the Home Affairs office to be able to complete the biometric. So the system has been operational for 8 years now. This year, it's 8 years, 2 months now, where we have been also having some periodical upgrades of the system in order to improve effectiveness and functionality of the system. To date, Chair, the profiles that have been created on the system is 3.5 million. 48,823 as of the date when we prepared this presentation. So this was like end of October. So those are the user profiles that we currently have on the system. And the number of users is also influenced by the available banks to accept the appointments, because currently we've got 25 branches that are able to accept bookings. So we've been in touch with the Banking Association of South Africa. Actually, we're having our steering committee meeting on a monthly basis, which I chair. We've been having a lot of deliberations in terms of how can we then finalize this. Chair, just as a way of background for the members, initially when this project was started, we had wanted to actually sign a partnership agreement with BASA, because it represents all the banks. And under that banner, our understanding was that no bank was going to be excluded from participating in the project. But unfortunately, at that time, Treasury indicated that we should rather go for PPP route instead of going through this process. So we had to go all the route of appointing the transaction advisor and so forth, and ensuring that we get a TA1 and TA2. Towards the end of that project, Treasury then gave us an exemption to allow us to sign partnership agreements directly with the banks. Where we are with the banks have indicated last week that they are now ready with to sign the partnership agreements because we have been extending this pilot, which the one that we currently have expires at the end of March. So through a banking association, they contacted us to confirm that. So we are now starting the processes to ensure that we're able to give effect to the full concept of the partnership and exit the pilot project. And the signing of this partnership agreement will therefore increase our footprint with the bank branches that will be activated, as the agreement comes with some resources from the banks, which include, obviously, not only the floor space, but infrastructure in terms of IT equipment and also the human resources. And I think it's something that we had negotiated also with the banks, together with the unions, with the banks, in terms of how we are going to ensure that we access those resources, because we needed to ensure that if we're also taking some of the human resources from the banks, how that is going to be dealt with in terms of training them, ensuring, obviously, that we are able to manage also their performance in this regard. So this is where what what called the project is going to give us. So we are looking forward to finalize that, so that come the next financial year, obviously we are ready for that. And then the next part, Chair, is the user experience, which just provides a step-by-step guideline in that regard, where the client needs first to do an account registration so that we can be able to authenticate with their numbers, their emails, and their names and everything. So this is the step 2 of the process, where they need to create a password, create security questions on the system in order for them to be able to access the eHome. And then the next one, obviously, they get the OTP number, which is obvious to ensure that the transaction, is authenticated, to ensure that there's no fraudulent transaction in that regard. Also, there's verifications of emails. Once that has been done, the client, obviously, log on with getting an OTP number. If the number does not come through, the client can press the button to send the new OTP, and then obviously then they get that one-time PIN. If it's wrong, the client this will indicate that the OTP received is incorrect. So then they will have to again sign to get a new OTP number. This is just to protect the profile of the client. Once that has been done, corrected, successfully authenticated, and logged on, then the client obviously can get in now to indicate, what they want to create a new application, whether they are doing for themselves or for the minor, in case of parents applying for minors, in particular when it comes to passports for minor children. And for first-time issue, there's different process where a person needs to go to the office, particularly when it comes to ID. For minors, you enter the details of the minor child in terms of the travel document application, and then that can be done. This is now the form. Once that has been selected, you get into the form where you then indicate the product, whether it's ID, whether it's travel document, or both, you can indicate, and then this application wizard takes you through the process. So you then complete and update the personal information. This is the same screen that when you go to an office, actually an FLO, which is our front line officers, are able to, they complete for you when you are there, they update your address. So in this instance, you become your own FLO because you complete this process on your own and be able to finalize that. Once that is done, the application is submitted, then it indicates that you visit the branch for fingerprints, enrollments, which will be done at the branch. So you can click OK for that, and then you proceed. Then the next part to it is when you have to upload documents. For an example, if the affidavit for a stolen document, whether it's a passport or what you call it, so you choose. There's a drop-down menu. You choose what you want to upload, which is lost or stolen document, and then you upload the documents into files, so that at the back end, in terms of audit, you are able to verify to say this person has done that. Once you've uploaded the documents, Chair, then there's a payment process where you select the branch, the account type, and then the client makes a payment in this regard. So that's one of the issues then that we follow. Then after that, you go through the booking process where you make a booking, select you want to visit the nearest branch, and then obviously then you make an online booking. You will select your province, your city, your suburb, the branch that you want to visit. And then obviously you get again the time slots in which you want to select for that particular period, and then you do your booking confirmation. And then after that, obviously the confirmation of application can be printed that you are given that to which you can take to the office. So in the nutshell, Chairperson, that's what the user experience is about. I think the most important part for us is to keep on upgrading the application to become more up to date in terms of software and upgrade, which we are currently doing. Also next year, I think we'll also be having a refresher on the system to work much more faster and robust. But I think we have, as I've indicated, over 3 million have gone through that. So we would like the committee then to note the presentation on the eHomeAffairs functionality and user experience. So, Chair, if you'd allow, then, as DG has requested, I can go to the next presentation, but I'll take guidance from the Chair.
Yeah, we can proceed to the last presentation, TTG Mavuso.
Thank you, Chairperson. I just want to confirm if you can see the contact centers.
No, it's still the presentation that you've just concluded.
Oh, okay. Let me just go to the next one.
Yeah, this proper.
Okay, thank you, Chair. So, Chair, on this one is also to present on the Home Affairs Contact Center functionality also. So in terms of background, I'll just give you a background in terms of the concept of the contact center, the guiding principle and standard operating procedures, the structure that we have, the roles and responsibilities of the contact center in relation to complaints and queries, and the technology that we're utilizing and some of the statistics, and also why we need a fit for purpose. So just as a quick way of background, Chair, I think as government, we want to ensure that in order for us to meet our mandate, we have systems, procedures, and processes that are in place to manage the service delivery complaints in a manner that is correct, to provide, obviously, the right of redress in this regard. And also to indicate, Chairperson, that in 2014, DPSA developed a complaints and compliments management framework for government in handling all the queries and complaints that are registered with government departments across the spectrum. So in order for us to align ourselves, we then develop our own Home Affairs Contact Center framework, which now serves as a guideline principle for all the queries that are raised with the department. This framework is implemented in a 3-tier integrated approach for contact centers. So in other words, we've got the tier 1, which is the contact center agents that every user, every caller lands with, and then the tier 2, which is obviously the second layer team that goes and throw records. And then you've got the tier 3, which is the actual business. We'll talk about that, I think, in the next coming slide. So we therefore, in order to realize this contact center framework, we consolidated a number of units in the department that were handling queries in order to create the what we call the channel in which there's one entry point where all queries are registered. Because at the time, Chairperson, we had a call center that was outsourced. So basically, the clients will phone the call center will give them a reference number, then that client will, so the call center will forward the queries to the department. But now we are registering all the calls, the inquiries, in order for us to have a record that somebody did make an inquiry. And I'll explain in the next coming slide the system that we are utilizing. So after we created that framework, so the second leg of the project, obvious, was to the establishment of a contact center, which is integrated, unified messaging, in-house contact center with capabilities to run on top of all our core systems with real-time information provided to end users. So I will also explain that. Chair, I'm not going to spend time on this one, but it's just the principles that are guiding the contact center in terms of operations. And then the next slide is just to indicate the capacity of the current contact center. So, Chair, when we brought this contact center in-house, we created a 120-seat contact center. And those seats currently they've been obviously eroded over a period of time. So in terms of the approved structure, the contact center is supposed to have about 302 warm bodies that are occupying various roles. As you can see, we're sitting at 156. In that 156, we're meant to have the head of the contact center that we have, which was also in this meeting, Ms. Sipati Mashile. And also we have team leaders that we needed to have 20 about that, and senior case resolution clerks that we only have 2. And then the case resolution clerks, these are the back end, the one on tier 2. And then the next one is the contact center agents. These are the contact center agents who deal with calls. Basically, we're sitting at about 84 instead of that 120. Of the 84, we've got 64 that are manning the phone calls. And then 20 are dealing with emails, because we've got a lot of queries that are going to HACC@dha.gov.za. So those are managing that regard. So we have a vacancy rate of about 46% at 146 posts, and we are operating the capacity of 54%. In 2018, when we started, we were at 68%, obviously due to natural attrition and other related issues. We have dropped a bit. So in terms of the role and responsibilities of the contact center reports to the DDG operations, is managed by a director responsible for the contact center. And for risk and control purpose, the unit is also divided into sub-directorates which clearly distinguish different roles. And these sub-directorates are located in different locations for easy access to systems, information records, files, and core business staff members needed for finalization of the resolution and complaints. So basically, we've got a team that is sitting at Civics with Mr. Sigama that we've, because they are closer to the records at PVR, but a team also that is sitting at Hallmark that is able to access immigration record in order for them to resolve the queries that the clients are bringing to us. For ease management and monitoring also, the contact center staff are accommodated in an open plan on the first floor. The team leaders are also sitting closer to their teams. As I've indicated, the terms of the implementation of the structure, we've got the first line, which is first line contact center, which is tier 1. This serves as a main point of contact with the public through the multiple channels. They also screen the calls, they register the interaction. Most of those of the calls are also resolved on the spot, because if it's information request, which is we're able to deal with it immediately. And then also the contact center provides update for calls that have been logged to customers, obviously using different systems where this would have been updated. And then the second tier, which is the second line case, these guys do not deal with clients directly, or these officials don't deal with the clients directly, but they receive and acknowledge and investigate electronically escalated calls through the first line contact center, and also queries that come through executive management, also that come from Chapter 9 institutions, because we've got a relationship with, like, for example, the Office of the Public Protector, the Public Service Commission. There are cases that are sent directly, the ones that come also from the Portfolio Committee and other structures. So they facilitate the resolution of those particular cases. And then tier 3 is now where we escalate to business itself. where they are able to also go into detail in terms of, because some of the officials now, they can have different user profiles, and particularly at the business level, to be able to resolve. So we've got regular meetings with them. This is both civics and immigration. Chair, the next slide just talks to other responsibilities of the contact center. We do a lot of data analysis for trends and case studies, highlight most common causes of complaints about services of the department, and report this to the executive management with the aim of improving services. Chair, you'd find that most of the queries obviously will arise because a matter has not been concluded at production. So therefore it escalates to a contact center as a query. But if it gets resolved at production, the query never arises. Also, we're also looking at measures to measure customer complaints against obvious set performance standards, and we use the results as a management tool to improve service delivery. We obviously prepare on an annual basis a service delivery improvement plan, which we discuss, for example, with business. I think one of the issues, for an example, we look at turnaround times. Are they realistic based on what needs to be done? If you look at the PRP, based on the spousal relations, the turnaround time there, it's the same as the one that you use for critical skills. So we then say to business, is this realistic? Are you able to do proper investigation on this family within time? What are your resources that so that then they can be able to look at turnaround time that is more practical in relation to that. And then obviously we say this serves as a monitoring tool to improve quality. We also have a quality assurance team within the contact center, and the purpose of quality management unit within the contact center is to provide the foundation for achieving excellent customer service in line, obviously, with our vision as the department. Also, the emphasis is put on delivering excellent customer service in line with existing government policies, including obvious Batupeli, Mwetapeli project of the department and other policies. And also, we conduct quality audits in the center, ensuring that officials provide good and timely and professional customer service, and ensure that the culture of coaching in the center is implemented by ensuring regular monitoring, evaluating, and interactions, and giving feedback to officials on their performance during their interaction with the customer, and also to ensure data integrity and quality of the information provided by customers. Chair, I think this is a very important slide, which I just want to share a little bit on it. So the implementation of the contact center framework is monitored through international standards. So the department, obviously, we currently utilize 3 metrics which are selected in line with the vision of the department. One is what we call AHT, the average call handling time, which includes, obviously, the talk time to the clients, hold up time, and the wrap up time with the client. So we monitor that. 2, adherence to schedules. This reveals whether or not agents are adhering to their assigned schedules. The matrix is also defined as a percentage of the working day where agent is available to take calls. Also, case management. This is assessing the quality of data captured by the case resolution agent and the management of cases by all our agents. So all contact center interactions, chairperson, are recorded for quality assurance and performance monitoring. The recording are also used to check the quality of interactions and adherence to performance standards, and that management information system reports and quality assurance, the system, all templates are used to also measure the performance. We also have real-time and historic reports that are used to monitor adherence. So we can, this morning, we can be able to go through our system and monitor how many calls have been taken, which agent has taken how many calls, how long they've spent on each call. And also we are able to see actually a person who's not taking calls, then the team leader was able to attend to it quickly. We also have weekly coaching sessions utilizing a coaching model called GROW, which is goal, reality, obstacles, and way forward. So we also have follow-up sessions when necessary in order for us to coach our team. And also we use statistical reports on interaction cases that are recorded and drawn every day, and we can to discuss with the affected parties. So in terms of the system, in terms of the technology, Chair, we first of all, we use what we call presence telephony management system. This is an integrated voice response where for queuing of calls, that's when you land on it, it says, welcome to eHomeAffairs, and then you're able to select the service. So it also announces the messages and interactions in terms of different products. It also an automated call distributor because it searches for a free agent that is free, and it pushes the information there. Also, it used as a management of information and also a knowledge database. Then the second one, Chair, is what we call CRM. This is a case management system for logging cases. So this is where now the reference comes from, and we also provide updates, both Tier 2 and Tier 3, which is business. They have access to the CRM. They're able to update once the cases have been resolved, so that next time when somebody calls, and then when the first tier agent picks up the call, then they were able to see that it has been updated from the back office, then they're able to give the response. And then we got what we call a ClickSense, which is a business analytics tool, which we also developed in 2019. It's a very interesting one because we're able to pull data from all other systems in the department. So it provides trends on queries logged, focusing on product categories. Actually, the next slide, what I will show is basically what comes out of this ClickSense system. So it provides analysis also on individual performance, the center performance. Everything on the tool is automated. There's no human intervention. So it pulls the data on its own, and then you're able to just to set the parameters what you are looking for, and then it gives you. These include obvious average call handling time per individual, as I've said, the breaks that have been taken, adherence to schedules, total calls made by an individual in an hour, day, week, month, and then the team leader escalating reports. Also the call arrival patterns, also it reports on calls handled on presence versus the cases created on the case management system. Then the contact center also has access to all the systems of the department, your NPR, your live capture service manager, our records on EDMS and templates, citizenship, movement control, and visa adjudication system, and NWS. Basically, most of these, when I refer to this, it's mainly to be able to view. And then obviously the Tier 2, they've got different access where they are able to capture. But with the first line, they're able to register a case and then view the information. So they don't do adjudication, they will escalate to Tier 3, which is business, to be able to finalize cases that are brought to them. Chair, this slide, this is what comes from that ClickSense system. Basically, what it does, it shows you, selected randomly, just 3 years, January to December 2018, where we received just 1,168,917 calls. Of that, what was answered was 92% of that. Abandonment was 8%, which is in line with the industry standards. And then 2019, it was just 1,120,000. And then the call was answered was about 90%. And then the abandonment rate also increased. And then in 2023, up to now, in October, we've had about 989,000 calls, 204. And then if you look at that, the call answered was 721,000. With that represent 84% and the increase in the abandonment rate. But if you look on the right-hand side, Chair, the number of staff that were taking calls in 2018 was 95, and then in 2019 was 92. Where we are, we're sitting at 64. And then if you then zoom into on the blocks on the left-hand side, we're able to see once a person lands on the phone, then they're able to select a service. Those that have selected a particular service, and then those that they don't select a service, so those are rerouted directly to the contact center agent. Also on the right hand side where it says campaign not selected, so the person has not indicated whether it's ID, passports, and then it takes them through to the contact center agent. So this next slide just shows again, Chair, the cases that were created and resolved in 2018. I think the resolution rate was very high. If you look at the 135 cases that were created, there was 130 that were resolved. The one that were resolved in that particular year, obviously, they would have been resolved post that particular period. But if you can see the bar at the bottom, the graphs there, they show the little yellow there on top, which represent what was not resolved at the time. Chair, I just want to correct something on this slide. This is 2020, sorry, not 2023. These are a number of cases created in 2020. So if you look at this trend, in 2020, in January, we're sitting at almost 19,000 cases. February started dropping, March. And then after that, like by June, because contact center was not operational, because we had hard lockdown. The numbers were very slow. Started to pick up a little bit in November and then dropped in December. But the number of cases by then, that particular period, was about 58,000 compared to the 2 years earlier, which was 135,000. So we're monitoring that as we move forward. So in a nutshell, Chair, there are a number of things that we need to do to realize the full benefit of a fully functional contact center. One of it, obvious, is to continue to ensure that we implement an integrated contact center solution with all channels that we need to run the system that is effective. Also, that we implement multiple channels for full service functionalities in order for clients, obviously, to free up the contact center agents to deal with cases that have been escalated where clients are able to service themselves. In the past, Chair, we used to have some of the self-service capabilities on our website, for an example, where a person was able to query their status of their document on their own. But then, people started to utilizing that information for phishing. So we had to stop that. So we're looking at, obviously, utilizing much more cybersecurity safe methods in order to create that. We also want to ensure that we continue the integration of contact center with core departmental systems for real-time data access, and also deployment of systems with interactive knowledge-based and reports informed by changing social, economical, and technological environments, because in this instance, clients definitely want to self-service. And also, this area is a highly paced industry. So we therefore need to ensure that we upgrade our technology on a regular basis, but also to ensure that we still recruit and staff the contact center in line with industry best practices, but also in line with the client base that we are currently serving as Department of Home Affairs. Chair, thank you very much. And that concludes the presentation. Would like to recommend the committee to note the presentation on the contact center. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much, DDG Mavuso, for the detailed presentation. Members, this is the presentation that has been compiled by the Home Affairs, and thank Director General also the first presentation. I'm going to invite members to comment on the work. Honorable Van der Merwe, Honorable Molekwa, Honorable Khanyile, Honorable Mokhale, Honorable Ross, Honorable Pillay, Honorable Bongo. In that order, Honorable Van der Merwe.
Thank you very much. Again, Chairperson, to you and all the colleagues. Let me start with regards to the presentation, the second presentation with regards to slide 8, where we dealt with the services at banks. So we obviously applaud and we are grateful that the department is now ready to sign a partnership agreement. But my question is really in terms of timeframes. When will this be done? Because we were in pilot mode for 8 years and 2 months. And also, what does this translate to in terms of numbers? So how many more banks will come on board in terms of delivering services in 2024? I did ask the Minister oral question last week in the House. For example, ABSA has got 559 branches, but only delivers DHA services at 6 branches. So are we envisaging how many more banks or branches will come on board to deliver services as of 2024? Then with regards to slide 9, where we talk about the OTP that is sent to a phone in order for us to do the applications online, how long does it normally take for an OTP to come through? Because often when I read complaints, people are saying that it takes very long for an OTP to be sent to your phone. Some people even complaining that it takes 24 to 48 hours and therefore the applications cannot be done. So I just wanted to get a indication in that regard. Also, what percentage of applications are done via eHomeAffairs? And then I want to go again to the call center issue, which is something I've raised before. But yesterday I asked the staff in the office to phone the Home Affairs call center. None of us could get through. It said the network is congested. Even this morning, while we were in the portfolio committee, I phoned the call center every few minutes, and it's only now that I got through. As of 9 o'clock, it was congested. It allowed me to get through now, and now I've been on hold. I pressed immigration services. I went through to the option that said I want to speak to somebody about permanent residency. and have been on hold. So it really worries me, because I think, often when I think about the issue of queues, if people cannot be serviced through banks, they cannot be serviced online, they cannot be serviced through the call center, then they need to go in queue. And we often talk about the war on queues and trying to find ways to alleviate. So I do understand that we do not have money to employ more call center agents, but I would really be interested to know, as DDG Mavuso mentioned, I wanted us to get as a committee the info on the agents, how many calls per day do they handle, and how many queries are resolved per month. And also, do we have resolution statistics available by branch and type of query? Because, it is concerning, for example, that, I think you will get discouraged if you phone the whole time and it says network congested, and then eventually you are on hold for 10 or 20 minutes. And then with regards to, I just wanted to make another comment, again, with regards to BABS, the online booking system. I really wonder what the effectiveness of BABS is. I know we get statistics, but you know what, again, I convened a team and we've all been trying to make online bookings. And it says when you put in your details, you put in your ID number, you go to Western Cape, you go to KwaZulu-Natal, you select where you want to go and have your appointment. And then it says at the end, it says all the way through to December, it says no active appointment slots found. And then eventually it says try a different branch. Once you try a different branch, it says validation failed, validation request failed, and then error validating person. So between 10 of us, none of us could get an appointment online. So again, it worries me. Then another person, for example, did get a booking online, but she had to process a payment, and then the payment was apparently sent to her phone so that she can authorize it on her banking app. That never came through. So in the end, she had to go and she tried both bank accounts. So it wasn't a problem with her bank. It was a problem with eHomeAffairs sending that payment link to her bank. So it seems that there's a lot of gaps. As much as I appreciate the presentation and I value the work that is being done, it is clear that we need to do more in order to beef up our systems, so that the Department of Home Affairs is modern, accessible, and we alleviate the pressure on queues. Thank you so much, Chairperson.
Thank you, Honorable Merve. Honorable Molekwa. Honorable Kanyile.
Thank you very much, Chairperson. Chairperson, we note the presentations that are before us and we welcome them. I have a few questions that I would like to pose to the department. I think the first question is with regard to the queries. The presentation that was given to us, it indicates that majority of the outstanding queries relates to permanent residence permits. What I would like to know is that what are the main challenges in the regard of the outstanding queries, especially when it comes to permanent residence permits? And also on the slide 4 of the status queries presentation, there are 283 pending queries. Is there an update as to when the pending queries are going to be finalized? And Chairperson, on the eHomeAffairs presentation, I think I only have one question there. That was on the slide 4. There was an indication that the number of branches is going to increase. Can the department give us clarity as to how and when they anticipate this increase, the anticipated increase is planned for? On the last presentation that we have received, what I would like to know is that, is there an automated reporting back to clients on the progress of their queries? And another question that I have is that with regard to the capacity as shown on slide 5 of the presentation, what are the challenges facing the department in filling the deputy director, senior case resolution clerk, and case resolution clerk post as they are filled below 50%? And Chairperson, what I have also picked up is that we receive a number of phone calls, I think because our numbers are on the internet, where community members are raising concerns that some department offices, they don't answer their phones. I'm really not sure if there is a tool that can be used by the department to actually assess if all their telephone lines are actually in a working order. Because that has been a concern that has been raised with us, and we're also unable to actually respond to that. We normally ask them to send us their queries in an email. We will then escalate those queries to Lereng Tsetsana. While I'm still talking about Lereng Tsetsana, I'd like to express my appreciation with the work that he is doing in trying to assist members of the portfolio committee to resolve their queries. We truly appreciate his hard work. Chairperson, lastly, I think there's a question that I asked in the previous week. I think it was not captured correctly. It was a question with regards to the applications that are done or submitted by applicants online. Then that application, before the client will finalize it, maybe the system will kick them out, and then the system will then block the applicant to now restart or resume working on that application. What I wanted to find out is that, is it possible for the department to maybe capacitate the local offices to be able to resolve those issues? Because at the moment we're getting lots and lots of those queries, because when clients are unable to apply because the application is stuck or is hanging in the system, we will then need to send it to the DDG. I'm not sure what he does on his side, but only then clients are going to be able to be given permission, I think, to restart their application or to give us proof of payment that they did pay, so that they can be able to proceed with the payment. But what I have realized is that the majority of local offices, they are struggling with those type of applications. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Honorable Kanyile. Honorable Mkhale. Honorable Ross.
Thank you, Chair. And yeah, thank you for these very important presentations, which to a large extent, they do tie into each other as well. I think the better the contact center does, the less member queries we're going to have, and the better it will be for everybody. I just want to start by re-emphasizing that we receive a lot of inquiries that we don't put through to Home Affairs. So if somebody has applied and they're still within the waiting period, we don't put it through. So by the time it gets to Lereng, and by the time it's being put through, we need to understand that it's at a crisis point. It's already gone way past when it was supposed to be adjudicated. So each one of these things is urgent and something that needs attention. And my question really is, what is a reasonable acknowledgement time for these queries? Because sometimes it takes days, or Lereng will send a message on to one of the DDGs, etc., to say, please assist with this, or whoever the official is, and they just won't respond for a week or two. And the difficulty with this is then it goes back to Lereng, and Lereng's now the one that is supposedly not responsive, etc., but he's actually sent the query on. So is there anything being done in this regard? I mean, the minister has allocated Lereng to receive the queries and then to allocate them to the relevant person. Whether or not they report to Lereng is entirely a different thing. And many of those persons, they just choose not to respond or acknowledge at all. And it makes it very difficult for us. So I want to understand what happens in these cases. Is this being monitored? Because I think this is a major problem for all of us. If they were just acknowledged and dealt with as they came in, then we wouldn't have this thing of having to rehash the same things again and again. Slide 3 says that there are 283 queries pending. So from the report that I have today, just from our office, we have 1,107 queries pending. So I'm not sure why they're not in this report, because in the same way that the minister and the DDGs and Lereng has been allocated to receive the inquiries and to distribute them, we have to have a parliamentary office for Home Affairs to deal with a lot of the correspondence. We cannot possibly deal with it ourselves. And we have that office. It's well known for all the years. Our parliamentary liaison office has been communicating with Home Affairs. And they take the trouble to put these onto lists, to categorize them and make it as easy as possible with the reference numbers and everything. But we have 1,107 queries pending. 793 of these are civics matters, 261 are permanent residents, and many of these are as far back as 2016. These are really now long outstanding cases, and then 53 other matters. So I want to understand why those are not included here, and how are those possibly going to be dealt with? It's escalating into a really large number, a completely unmanageable number. Then in terms of eHomeAffairs, so my understanding from the banks is there's always been a willingness, but my understanding as well is, we brought up the issue of Absa Stellenbosch, I think it was, some time back, where the branch was ready to go and they weren't opening. And then we were advised that it's because there wasn't a Home Affairs staff member to man that bank. So I just want to understand, in terms of this commitment to say we're going to open more branches or Home Affairs services at bank branches, will there be a Home Affairs official required at each one of these? And are these staff members available in the near to midterm planning cycle? And then my other question on eHomeAffairs, it seems like I can, from the comfort of my home, upload all the information, do the payment, and then it is received electronically, and I go to the bank and I give my biometrics. Why can the system not be used overseas? Why can it not be that you go online, you go in a secure site, you upload everything, and then you go to the South African mission, whether it be a high commission or a mission, whatever it may be, and then you go there and you just do your biometrics, saving everybody a huge amount of trouble. I don't understand why this doesn't happen. Surely that makes sense. Surely it's a very small IT footprint. And then you also have captured the information electronically immediately. So it goes straight electronically to the back end at Home Affairs. And then, yes, you have the issue of shipping the document back to that country. But you have this done much quicker. You've essentially halved your shipping costs. And to give you an idea, in the UAE, I think it's India or something. I mean, you can literally get your passport, etc., within a week. I think it's even less, to be fair. So my question is, why is this not being considered for use overseas? It seems to be a perfect solution. Then in terms of the contact center, I do have a few questions, because if this was working, we would have much less queries coming through us and Lorraine. So there are 3 metrics that are mentioned: the average call handling time, the adherence to schedule, and the case management. So if we look at the average call handling time, I asked a parliamentary question in 21-22, and received the response that the average call handling time was 6 minutes. And you've got to bear in mind that there was COVID in this time, so there was a 50% staff complement. But it seems from the figures that we're given that the average time has slowed to about 7.5 minutes per call. But at the very best, it's perhaps the same as it was under COVID conditions, where you had a 50% staff complement. So my question here is why has this slowed down? If you look at best practice, it is to track the average handling time per agent, as well as the average handling time of the whole center. So my question is, do you do this? Do you look at the whole average call handling time in different categories over the center, and then look at individual call agents to highlight where there might be slackness or performance issues, and then bring in the appropriate assistance in that regard? Then we look at adherence to schedule. So I didn't see a metric in the slide, given that this is one of your top 3 metrics. So what is your rate for the 22-23 reporting period in terms of the adherence to schedule? Because the benchmark occupancy rate, according to Live Agent, is between 85 to 95%. So I just want to understand if we're there, if we're lower, if we're higher. Then in terms of responsiveness, so 137,472 calls dropped. That is over 500 persons every day who just give up trying to get through. And I've had a similar experience to Honorable Lizelle. The last time I tried to call, it literally took an hour and then I had to stop. And I took a screenshot at that stage and put it on on social media. So in your SLA, when you responded to my question on the 21-22 performance, you said that one of your service level agreement is that 80% of calls directed to the agents are to be answered within 20 seconds. So what is your current performance in this regard? And what is the average wait time? Do you then not only say, yes, it was answered in 20 seconds or no, or do you record the average wait time and monitor or make plans to reduce that? Then coming towards the end, another critical call center measure is first contact resolution rate. So in the answer that you provided to me on the 21-22 performance, you said that the first call resolution percentage was 61%. And bearing in mind again that you had half capacity working in the call center at that stage. In the feedback, you also said that 60% of calls related to information requests. So example, how much is a document? How do I apply for this, etc. You said that 60% of that should be resolved within the first call. So my first question in this regard is why on earth can these questions not be answered immediately by a call center agent? I mean, how much is a document? How to apply for a document, etc. It surely should be much higher, because the first contact resolution rate, if you look at the global call center resolution rate benchmark, it is between 70 and 75%. So I want to understand where we are at now, and what is the reason why these simple, you refer to them as information requests, why they cannot be answered on the first call, because then somebody has to call back, and that's where you get a much higher number of calls coming through. And then coming towards an end, the final question is, the best case is to take calls off the contact center completely. So you've touched on it a little bit, but I want to understand, what are your plans in terms of having a WhatsApp channel for these information requests? I know I get it. People phone me and say, how do I apply for an ID? What do I need? And I say, well, here it is on the website. But do you have plans for a WhatsApp channel or a bot on your website where persons can then go and get this information and type it in, speak to the bot that can then give them this basic information and take that load off the contact center? Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Honorable Ross. Honorable Pile. Honorable Bongo.
Thank you. Thank you, Chair. And we welcome the presentation. And I'm mainly also covered by a lot of other colleagues. But what I want to know in the main is, I think the issues around turnaround of this of the system, because from where we're sitting, there is this system, but if you were to check what is deposited in the system and what we're getting as members, I think if I were to show you on my email the queries that I have, I can tell you that it's either there's no education for people to direct the queries properly, because I think I have thousands and thousands of queries in my email. They relate to the issues that talks to this presentation, and it's a lot of them. Majority of them talk to are queries around permanent residents and so on. And we're told now that the system is 8 years, but it does not look like what is happening practically talks to the 8 years itself, including the branches that were told there are 25, and that it talk to for the whole country. I think that will be a bit little. 8 years vis-a-vis 25 branches. Maybe that's why we get a lot of complaints ourselves as members. So I just want clarifications around those issues. Sarah, it will talk to. We're not educating people where they must take the queries to, or the same thing is unknown, because if you check in the 8 years, there is a lot of the queries are declining, yet there is a lot of information that we get as members, but from that system itself there's a decline. I think maybe we must be addressed about how do we educate people about this, because if it was going to work functionally, we're not going to get the lot of work that we're supposed to do, because now as members we're a call center, and we always refuse to be call centers. So I think DG Mavuso must just address us to those issues, because to me it's like something does not add up. The system is 8 years, but only 25 branches. The turnaround, it's a problem, and the queries on the system are declining, but to us as members, and there's a hell lot of increase. So how do we create an alignment in terms of ensuring that, because it's an important system, by the way, it can be a force multiplier in resolving the problems at Home Affairs. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much, Honorable Bongo.
Thank you very much, Chair, and let me note and appreciate the presentation. Chair, I think members have extensively dealt with the concerns that many of us are facing and the frustrations from the queries that we will actually get from clients or the people on the ground who are having a difficult time accessing these Home Affairs systems. Look, Chair, for me, I think the concept is great. And I think on periods or for those clients who are able to access it and not have glitches, I think kudos, and hoping that the numbers that have been presented here to us are a true reflection of what is happening or what our people are feeling on the ground. Which, if you listen to members and myself, because I also do get queries from members of the society, it tells a different story, which is what is worrying, that if really the system is working so greatly, why is it that we still find a number of unhappy clients? I want to make just 2 comments and concur firstly with the Honorable Lizelle on the issue of making an online booking. A number of clients that I would have referred to the online system to make online bookings, to go make applications in the branches that they may be comfortable, have actually found difficulty. At the end, the system will tell them that the verification request has failed. And once it says that there is nothing else they can do, then it forces them to go back physically on the ground to access offices. Now that really is a challenge, and I think at large it speaks to the network that the Department of Home Affairs has not really found a way to deal with it completely or properly. And I think the sooner you can be able to deal with it, we will then be able to eliminate these ditches. We understand that it's an online system which from time to time will have these glitches and have some difficulties, but with this system having been running for 8 years, I'm sure now we are quite aware of those glitches or those challenges that are faced by the system. And by now we should be able to have dealt with them. We should have then been able to develop systems that are going to be able to cap and close the gaps that are currently there in the system, because it is really not a system to have this great system that we have and be spending more money but we are not really getting the comfort from it. Lastly, Chair, I will want to ask on the eHomeAffairs, just a concern that given that it's an online system and people have to also upload their confidential documents there, and also it goes as far as having to do online payments. It then says it puts risk of confidential details because people have to upload their stuff on the system. How secure it is ensuring that the information or clients' information is secured and that it will not be easily accessed by fraudsters or any other way. So my concern is how really secure is our system, taking into consideration the other challenges that we do have. But I'm really concerned that people have to upload their IDs, the copies, and probably the birth certificates of children and all those stuff. Really, how secure and what measures have been put in place in ensuring, or what system has been developed or put in place in ensuring that people's information is secure and safe. Thank you very much, Chair.
Thank you very much, Honorable Disimpia. Honorable Pillay.
Thank you very much, Chairperson. Let me apologize. The network had kicked me out earlier. Chair, firstly, let me say that the presentation in respect of queries is showing that there is a substantial number of queries that have been dealt with, and which we applaud and appreciate. However, there are many queries that are not listed on that spreadsheet, particularly because I think this one only reflects on Lorraine. Sorry. So perhaps if we can get an update on queries that are sent to DDGs and DG as well. Chairperson, my concern is again on the rollout of banks in respect of eHomeAffairs, and just to find out what is being done to actually expand the footprint, because we can't just have 25, and I think many members have already raised this. What is being done and what is the time frame? So what is the plan? In the next month there'll be 5, in the next year there'll be 50. You know, that kind of concrete plan in terms of how we're going to be rolling that out. And then the other question is, how many of the Home Affairs branches are actually on this system of eHomeAffairs, where when you go through filling out the application, you can be able to then make a booking to go to a nearest branch. The challenge we have from clients is that when they finish that process, they can't find a nearest branch to them to be able to do the biometrics. And that is creating a challenge. I also want to suggest, Chair, that we look at best practices, and even if it means having to benchmark on some of, like, you know, as close as UAE, and how fast it is to be able to access some of these services. And perhaps we need to benchmark and look at best practices and how we can then be able to improve. Chair, in respect of the contact center, I think the biggest challenge is that if you had 68% staff component in 2018 and now it's 54, it means that you have less the staff to deal with more queries. Because clearly, as the years go by, you get an increased number of clients calling in. So the challenge there is clearly the incapacity of staff. And I think there needs to be a turnaround strategy in terms of how we beef up the call centers, and perhaps maybe even look at how we decentralize call centers so that the burden or the load is not that heavy. And I think that if Home Affairs can be able to look at how they have provincial managers and provincial offices, perhaps they could have provincial call centers to be able to address that. And then lastly, I think in respect of queries, we find that a lot of civic services gets dealt with almost immediately, but the immigration services is still a huge backlog. And I've said this many a times in the PC, that you get a response from the DG and DDG, but after that, when it goes to the official responsible, it's just not forthcoming. There has to be consequence management. And lastly, what is the SOP in terms of dealing with queries? One, in terms of turnarounds or time frames, in terms of simple things like unabridged. There has to be, clearly there has to be a time frame. So if you apply for a smart card, it takes this amount of days. You apply for a passport, it takes this amount of days. The same should be for when you lodge an application for any service. There should be a stipulated turnaround time. Why is it that it far exceeds the turnaround time? And how are we addressing that? Thank you.
Thank you very much, Honorable Pillay. Thanks, members, for comments and also areas of concerns you have highlighted, but also with the suggestions that the department may need to take note of. I'm going to invite DG and then DTG Mavuso, and I'll invite the DM to close up the comments. DG?
Thanks, Honorable Chair, and the honorable members for the questions. So Mr. Matthews will respond on the turnaround with regards to the queries and the queries that Honorable Bongo has indicated is in possession of, how we can look at tracking those. And then on the questions that were posed by Honorable Ross, there are some that DDG Mavuso will respond to, and DDG Sigama. So let me then start with the questions that were raised. Honorable van der Merwe, on your questions with regards to the services at the banks. I suppose Mr. Mavuso has indicated that we are ready for that partnership. And to the extent that we're in engagement with the BASA, I think sometimes earlier this year, to look at how we can expand that. And they now have a sense of comfort because of the stabilization of the network in certain areas. And we shared with them the work that we're doing with the CSIR, and there was a sense of comfort. And if you were to look at what some of the banks were able to process in terms of IDs, without mentioning any names of the banks, more than 400,000 of these passports, IDs, processed just by one bank since the initiative was launched. So while we're currently addressing the issues of network, because that was the main issue, Honorable Pillay, that the banks have raised, that we can only roll out to the other branches if that's been addressed. I suppose, Honorable Kanyide, we have said at this forum that office managers need to manage, walk the floor, be outside, managing queues. And if there are instances where they are not responding to telephone calls, it's because they are outside. They're managing the queues, they're walking the floor to try and assist. And most of the office managers really leave the office by 5 o'clock. Most of them leave by 6, 7 o'clock in the evening, because that's when they're able to do the administration. And we apologize that during the time that you have referred to, they might not be able to respond to some of the calls, but it's in the interest of ensuring that we respond to headlines timelessly. Honorable Ross, you will recall that with regards to the Stellenbosch office, we were at this forum with the minister and the DM when Honorable Leon Schreiber presented a petition with regards to that office, and we tabled before the portfolio committee an intervention plan. That intervention plan has been implemented. The office has been refurbished. I think it should be complete by the end of November, completely. We've added additional capacity at that office. There are 6 additional staff members that we've added. 4 of them are clerks and 2 are your senior admin officers, just to increase the capacity in that office. And if you were to go there today, you will note that there are 3 separate queues. 1 queue is for collections, 1 queue is for applications, and then, of course, the immigration aspect as well. So the office we have attended to following our own interventions, and of course the petition that was raised. I will really want us to reconcile this difference that you are referring to in terms of what Lereng has as the queries, because it's important that we track all the queries so that they are not lost in the system. But you'll note that what Lereng has is for the period April to November, which would have been on the 8th of November. So if there's anything outside that, it's something that we can attend to Honorable Ross. We do respond to your emails. I know you send me emails at 5 a.m. in the morning. We try and respond to every email that you send through. I suppose the nodal points, Mr. Matthews, in IMS and civics that have been appointed to deal with queries need to respond timelessly to the queries. I think this is something that the DDGs can look at. So without any waste of time, let me then ask one, Mr. Mavuso to deal with the other questions. And then two, I think Mr. Sigama also was cited in one of the issues. So through you, Chairperson, Mr. Mavuso.
No,
Thank you. DG Mavuso, proceed.
Yes, no, thank you very much, Chairperson. So, Honorable Vander Merwe's question, I think on the partnership, DG dealt with it, but I just want to indicate that at the outset, when the concept was developed, the proposal for each bank that was participating was that they will they will give us about 40 sites per bank. And that was going to take us to about 200 sites. So now that only last week they've come back to say now they are ready to consider the signature. Now we have to work out on the modalities to say which sites are going to be identified, when those can be activated. There's the issue of staff, as I've indicated, that we had met with SASBO because they are representing the employees of the banks to then agree that the partnership agreement, obviously, it's like a triple P. So it allows the third party to execute the function on behalf of the state. So therefore, we'll have to just deal with those legalities as we bring those warm bodies. So those warm bodies, obviously, will be trained by eHomeAffairs and managed in that regard. Obviously, when it comes to issues relating to transactions that are processed by them, we've got a mechanism through our system that ensure that, which is a backend system, which ensure that transactions cannot be denied. And then on the issues of the OTP, it is true. There are two things that normally causes the delays. We're utilizing a certain SMS system called WASP, which is a SITA managed engine, and also sometimes the message queuing system on our server does create that. We are looking at the option. That's why in my presentation, Chair, I said there's work underway that where we're looking at redeveloping and enhancing the eHomeAffairs as we move forward. So that platform definitely is going to be refreshed to ensure that it works more robust. And then in terms of the percentage of applications, I think the current is still very low, taking into consideration the number, but I don't have the actual percentage. But I can tell you when you look compared to the civic other offices, front offices, it's basically very low. So in terms of percentage, I would have to calculate that. The issue of the congestion in terms of the contact center. So the contact center has got 120 lines. So it means at any given time, it can take 120 calls. So, and then it takes 120 and then puts the rest of the others too. So you can do 240, 120 queuing, 120 on the call. But unfortunately, obviously, if you have less agents, like in these instances, we have 60. So it means if there's 120 calls, and then it will queue more people. So the only obvious solution that we have currently is ensuring obvious more capacity and also for us to upgrade the system so that we can do the issue relating to self-service. So that's what we are currently doing. Actually, there's work that we are doing with Microsoft on that, on expanding and upgrading the contact center. And then in terms of PAPS, Honorable Lizelle, the PAPS has been working very effectively because as we speak, we've by last month, over 1.3 million, almost 1.4 million users have actually utilized the system. I think the issue is that it's not open-ended. We're opening slots every month. So some branches have requested that we do 2 months, so that at least there's control over it. If you were to open it open-ended till maybe for 6 months, very same clients would have booked, they've even forget that they've a booking, even though we do send reminders closer to the time. And then I think Honorable Kayil have referred to the number of banks. There's no automated report back system, but I think we are going to look into that, because you're quite correct. Once the case has been resolved, it will be better to what you call send a message back to the client. But when it comes to, for an example, things like passports, like UBC that has been modified, so that is triggered to say is ready for collection. I think for others, we need to look into that. Look, we'd like to fill all the positions that have been vacated. Unfortunately, because of the austerity measures and the COE of the department, we're not able to deal with that particular issue to fill those positions quickly. But where there are contact center agents who resign and then or pass away through national attrition, we do advertise those at a lower level. And then the queries, Honorable Ross, in terms of the DPSA framework in handling the queries, the turnaround time is 25 days. So we are working, particularly on civic side, we are working below that as the department to around 20 days. So we want obviously to improve that. I think DG has dealt with the issue of the Standard Bank branch. The issue of eHomeAffairs utilization overseas is true. A person can access the eHome anywhere in the world. The only problem is that issue of the biometrics, because what we'll need to do, we'll need to go install a live capture machine, the cameras at the machine. Now, we explored that in 2019. Actually, the first thing I did in 2019, Minister did send me to we had actually got a complaints around in the UK. So I went to the UK mission first in 2019, where the minister asked us to explore those options. The bigger challenge we had at that time was that you need a secure network. Currently, we're utilizing a SITA network, as you know. We need a secure network so that we don't know that there's no compromise of data in transition. So there are options that we've been exploring in that regard, because we'll need to go and install in those machines so that there's no compromise on data when it comes to network transmission. But there's also an option that we are looking in terms of the VPNR, which is a secure network line. So that's one option. But I think at an appropriate time, we'll come back to the committee to indicate what we're looking at. We'll probably utilize one mission just as to test that. But currently, obvious Chair, as you know, Honorable Rose, we have piloted the option that we have had with VFS at missions. I think it's working. People are getting their passport. So the only option was whether now we create our own mechanism similar to that. Unfortunately, the capacity issue is what beats us for us not to be able to move forward with it. And then the issue of face call resolution rate. We definitely resolve the calls, things like that are basic. I've indicated in the presentation, they are resolved at the first line call. But also, Chair, if you go to our website, in the website of the department, as you land in it, there are a number of buttons that you can press there where it talks about BAPS, ZEP, eHomeAffairs, eVisa. We've got the one that for contact center. If you click there, there's also frequently asked questions about fees, turnaround time for documents and things like that. So those are there in that regard. So they are available for the public to actually browse through our website to get more information other than the same information they might get on the call center. It's already there. The tariffs are published and so forth. So those are some of the issues. The issue of utilizing WhatsApp channels, as I said, for frequently asked questions, definitely we can set up a WhatsApp channel for that. The only thing that we will not be able to do, obviously, is to allow a query to be handled through WhatsApp, because remember the sensitive nature of the information that we process. We need also to ensure that we comply with POPIA, otherwise we'll be in trouble. And then, Honorable Bongo, the issue of the system being 8 years old, it is true. Obviously, we upgrading as we move along. As I've said in the presentation, that we've had multiple upgrades of the system, but obviously, as you utilize a platform, when you pick up pitfalls, it's for you to reinvest And that's exactly what we are doing. We're going to be reinvesting in ensuring that this tool works much more better. So there's some redevelopment that we're going to commission on the eHomeAffairs platform. But I think, Honorable Bongo, you touched a very important issue. There's a lack of public education about a lot of things that we do. Hence, one of the things that we have raised with our communication unit is to create public education. We have seen this when we're doing consultations on whether it's marriage policy, whether it's identification policy, that there's a lot of a knowledge gap that the public has about the work that we do, not only the lower LSM, even the higher LSM. So we do need an opportunity where that we need to create these issues. And then, Honorable Modise, the issue is that we're not saying the systems are working, robustly, they are foolproof. There are gaps here and there, but also there's capacity issues. So working in terms of scaling up to ensure that we improve on that. I think Honorable Pillay, issue of the banks, have answered it. And then we're saying that the DHA branches, yes, if you've booked on eHome, you are able to complete your what call at any bank, sorry, at any DHA office. Then the last part is the issue of the declining staff at its contact center. You're quite correct. It would be difficult for decentralization to provincial offices because the capacity issue still exists, but also the issue of access to systems and records. At the province, they might not have the records, but sometimes we have to physically go pull the record of a particular query, whether at PVR, whether at BRETS, in order for us to resolve that issue. So those are some of the challenges that we have in this regard. Chair, I've tried to, I think, to cover all the queries, but maybe just the last one that Honorable Pillay raised. All our products in terms of service delivery improvement plan have turnaround times. We publish them. That's why even if for immigration, your critical skill visa, they say 4 weeks adjudication. For passports and ID, we put passport 13 days. For PRP, we put 8 months. So all the products have got turnaround times because that's a commitment. It's a statement of commitment to the public. UPCs, we put 8 weeks. Again, these are some of, so that's why queries mostly arise after that turnaround time has actually passed. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much, Deputy Minister. Thank you, DDG Mavuso. May I invite Deputy Minister?
Yeah. No, thank you, Chair. I think the Minister is also still in the platform, but just 3 issues. The first one, I think that we focus on the issues that are coming from Lorraine, because I remember we had agreed that most of the queries that are coming through from members of parliament and members, they must go through Lorraine as a central point of admission of those queries. I think maybe if there are other members who will have, so that we can sort of streamline all the queries that will be outstanding. The second one is just to indicate that the queries are not static. As you will receive, as we will resolve queries, others will still be coming in. But what we are striving for is that we do not deal with queries that are too outdated, and we finalize those ones and probably start dealing with the current. I think I've also observed in some of the queries that we've been receiving that some of them are now September and so on in terms of applications being launched. But obviously, we're committed in resolving the other queries. And the issue of the updates, yes, our main contract is with the client at the end of the day. So if a query has come through, our main person that we need to contact in terms of the outcomes is the client. So as soon as the query is resolved and the outcomes are available, the client should be the first person who should know about their application. I think I'll just pause there, Chair. Thanks.
Thank you, TM. Minister.
Thank you. Chair, Chair, I moved my interview to 12:30 and I realized I'm left with 5 minutes because I was hoping that by that time we'll have finished. But at any rate, I've got only one thing to add, that we do accept, honorable members, the problems we are experiencing about IT systems. But I just want to call to honorable members to realize that IT systems are not only a function of what Home Affairs do, they are a function of general development in the country. Last week, when we were answering oral questions, I mentioned this issue, that until the Department of Communication and New Technologies starts implementing their South Africa Connect problem, Home Affairs will keep on having some of these glitches. The Home Affairs program to connect, especially in rural areas, hospitals, clinics, police stations, and schools, until they are connected and we've got broadband, real broadband in the country, we'll keep on struggling. Lastly, Chairperson, we concede to the fact that in Home Affairs, we struggled to get experts in this area of IT. That's why we have discussed with Center for Scientific and CSIR to second somebody because we believe they've got experts there. You are aware that we struggled for a long time to get somebody to be, to head that area of DDGIT in the IT area. We then got one individual who we have to get rid of because we're experiencing problems every day. We are now very hopeful that when we get somebody who comes from an institution like what do you call, like the Center for Scientific and Industrial, the CSIR, a repeatable institution like that, we are hoping that things will start improving very fast. That's all I wanted to say, Chair. Thank you very much.
Thanks very much, Minister. And thanks for the presentations, Director General and DDG Mavuso, and the comment from members. DDG Mavuso, the acting capacity, we must appreciate the progress work that you have demonstrated since you have taken over in your acting capacity, but also with your colleagues in your unit, the intervention that you have drawn in so that we are able to respond to our core, which is our clients. And I think we must take appreciation of those interventions that are in place. And this presentation give signal of that positive contribution that is undertaken by Home Affairs as an institution. And I think members also note some of the areas that needs improvement. I'm sure that you are carefully have listened in terms of the queries that we receive as the members of the committee, Director General. Day out, day in, we get queries, and that needs your attention. And we want to note that area of complaints and concerns that members have raised. We also appreciate the intervention of the CSIR. You'll note that last week we were scheduled to receive a brief from this institution. However, we could not because they've not yet completed their assessment at the Department of Home Affairs. So we need to appreciate also that intervention. We'll do invite them, Minister, the CSIR, to able to brief in detail the portfolio committee on the issues that they've discovered at Home Affairs, but also the progress work and the systems that will assist us to get out of this challenge that we're facing as the committee and also Home Affairs. We're going to call you back, DG and your team, particularly DDG Mavuso and acting Matthews, before we rise in Parliament, to follow up on some of the issues that are raised, and including the backlog applications of permanent residents. And I think that we need to call you back for particularly on these two subject matters. We note the progress that the officials you have assigned to interact, Mr. Lorraine on the good work that has been demonstrating with the limitations sometimes that is confronted with. So we're going to invite you back, Mr. Matonzi, who may need to focus on this area. We'll also monitor all the issues that members have raised so that we're able to assist each other. The committee notes all the reports that has been presented and also follow up on them, on the issues that we could not find responses. Benchmark, I think some of the area that DG, the department may need to consider. Minister, can you, the benchmark has been raised by, we may need to consider to look at, and I think also the committee may need to look at in our next session, so that we're able to enhance the work of the department. The DG, I'm quite noting that we may not need to cite the intake the banks are contributing to this program. And I think you're correct, but we may need to have an enclosed meeting so that we're able to deal with, get the full presentation on all the banks that you have partnered with, who continues to service our people, and what are the challenges, and perhaps the output that they are contributing to our service of work. It's important that we may need to invite members of the committee and ourselves, and just to indicate these other banks. We know that you have mentioned them in your previous presentation, but the service work and the challenges that they are being faced. So we close with appreciating the good work. We'll continue to monitor and I think give collective focus on the issues that have been raised by members and also the committee members. I mean, the Department of Home Affairs. Thanks, members. We are now done with the three issues, IEC and the department. We were supposed to deal with the last item, which are the minutes, and I'm advised by the committee secretary that we'll deal with this other item in the next committee meeting, because members may need to proceed to the House for the session that is starting at 2 o'clock. So we'll consider the minutes in our next meeting. Mr. Matonzi, is there any other announcement outside this?
No, Chair, there's no other announcement, Chair.
Okay. Thanks very much, members. Thanks, Minister, DM, DG, DDGs, honorable members. I'm advised that the next meeting will be physical, and also on Tuesday we're presenting the BRRR in our meeting stand agenda.
Chairperson.
Thank you, Chair.
Chairperson.
Yes.
Yeah, just for correction, you remember this meeting today was supposed to be physical, so then next week was supposed to be virtual, so it's still virtual next week because we don't have a venue.
Okay, we'll deal with that logistics ourselves, and we'll inform the committee members.
Okay.
Thank you, Mr. Matonzi, for that advice. Our meeting stand adjourned. Thank you.